Rocat. Experience precision. LG OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
Hello and welcome to another year of LPL Pro Counter-Strike. It's a pleasure to have you here with us as we kick off yet another year of Counter-Strike. My name is Elfish Guy and Pilsky here with me as well. I think it's our first time for both of us on the CS, or at least you might have subbed in once or twice, haven't you, Pilsky? But for me especially, my first time here on LPL, so I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, nice to be casting with you again, Pilsky. It's been a little while, so hopefully we're going to have a good night.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Always love coming back to the domestic CS scene. You know, me and you have been casting it for over 10 seasons, but it's good to get in on another one of these domestic tournaments and have a look at some of the teams that are participating and just continue following those storylines that we all love.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like 10 years, Pilsky, to be honest, at this point. It's been a while for me. I'm
Maybe
getting on in the years.
Anyway,
Anyway,
at this point.
Look, for people like me who have gotten a bit on in the years, I need a bit of an update as to how things do still work. So let's have a look at the explainer as to how the tournament does break down. We got a few stages to touch on here, stage 1, 2, and 3. We're kicking off stage 1 tonight. There are a couple of double elim brackets, both of which feature 4 teams. And from those double elim brackets, we are then going to seed the winners of those into stage 2, which is once again another double elim bracket plus a few invited teams. So 4 teams can go through from stage 1 to join those 4 invited teams in stage 2, and from there we again play that double elim bracket and seed those teams into the playoffs. So you know, it's one of those formats that I think you need to sort of wrap your head around a little bit, but once you get underway, it kind of makes a lot of sense. Basically just 2 groups, which are more or less brackets, and so it's kind of nice. I like the bracket format, to be honest, Pilsky, because it in a way means that every single game matters. You don't have those situations where in round robin this game or that game doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just kind of cascading levels of difficulty for some of these teams that are just starting out here, maybe have a little bit less experience or haven't played previous seasons. They're going to get an opportunity to get their feet wet, get a couple of best of 3s under their belt before they advance to the next stage. And then there's going to be a next stage after that. So you're going to get higher and higher quality games and more chances for some of these teams to improve and get up to the level they need to be to get into the next stage of competition.
Yeah, indeed. Always going to be important to see what we're playing for here as well, Pilsky. That's a big talking point, I suppose, for the players, not just for us as well. Let's take a look at the prize pool. A little bit over 10K on offer across the board. 6.5K, though, very heavily weighted toward that first place prize. So I think if you're playing in this tournament, you know, you kind of got to be in it to win it, right?
Yeah, and there's a couple of teams that are kind of the standouts that you'd be looking at as some of the favorites to take that first place away. You know, obviously, once we do get in towards that playoffs, that's going to be that top 4 territory where you have made your way into the money. But obviously, the performance in those couple of best of 3s is going to be a pretty big difference in terms of what kind of prize money you're pulling away. So I'm keen to see whether some of those teams that we are expecting to win do perform well enough to get themselves in the money. And I'm also keen to see when we start, obviously, with this first stage that we're going to get to see tonight, if any of these teams are going to be able to get up to the level they need to be at to actually take home the big bucks.
Well, speaking of teams, probably prudent that we do meet the teams that we're going to be taking a look at, not only tonight, but over the course of at least stage 1. And, you know, a few of these teams will get their way into stage 2. This is Pool A. We've got 1620 Kings Dynasty, DGG, and Kanga in there. It's an interesting group, isn't it, Pilsky? Because I think, you know, with the likes of Kanga in particular, we've seen a fairly decent amount of work put in by those lads in the past 12 months or so, but they have had a few roster changes, so we'll be interesting to see what they're going to go through. DGG is another exciting prospect for me, to be quite honest, because you put those teams, those players even together, rather, in a team like that. I don't know how far that the sky is the limit, really, I guess, for that roster.
Yeah, I mean, they could come through from this stage and probably win the whole tournament. The amount of skill that's on that roster. I think you've even got some players on DGG who have won the LPL LAN a little while ago. So you've got literally top level experience when it comes to a tournament like this. Players that are very, very familiar with the high level of competition domestically within our scene, and even just going past DGG, some of those other teams, a lot of those guys have a lot of experience at this level of competition, going to be well within their comfort zone, and should put on some good games for us to watch.
Yeah, speaking of other teams as well, there are a few more that we do still need to meet. So we'll jump into Pool B, and this one features Sanguine, Nutty Gaming, Deadweight, and Bandits. So again, a few teams that we've sort of seen around the place a little bit, quite a few returning players, and certainly players that have kind of been pushing the issue in the, I would say, sort of middle tier of ANZ Counter-Strike. They're not obviously up there with the Renegades and Vertex and LFO and whatnot and whatever, but they're certainly hanging around in that sort of 6, 7, 8, 9 kind of position, and certainly looking forward to seeing how they're going to shape up as well coming into today and over the course of the rest of the tournament too.
Yeah, I think this pool is maybe a little less stacked than the other pool, but there's still some pretty solid teams in here and some players, like I've said, that have played at that national domestic level in things like the Premier or ANZ Champs, or even here in LPL. They've definitely been digging their heels into some competition. So I'm keen whether, you're going to get this Bandits team that's been put together. They're always putting together competitive rosters of players who have a fair bit of experience. And then even some of the fresher guys who have only just been around for a couple of seasons now. I want to know how those guys kind of gotten into a good form. Have they gotten used to the competition? Because, we've been following these storylines. We've been watching these players who have been new to the scene. Now you've got a couple of seasons of experience under your belt. How much damage can you do?
All right, well, that's a big question. And another one is, of course, are we going to get to see them play tonight? I have the answer for you, though, Pilski. We'll take a look at the schedule of tonight's matches. No Bandits for us tonight, but maybe we'll get to catch them tomorrow. Sanguine and Nutty Gaming to start the night off, and then DGG and Kanga. And I think it should probably be no surprise, given the fact that I mentioned both DGG and Kanga when we were going through the team lists, that's the game that I'm actually kind of looking forward to tonight. To me, that's a really quite scintillating one, right? DGG with this sort of new mixed team kind of roster that they've put together. We'll get to see them, at least for you and I, for the first time playing. Yep. We were casting a tournament that they were playing in a couple of weeks ago, but we didn't get to cast any of their games. So that was a little bit unfortunate. And like I said, with Kanga, quite a few pretty significant roster changes as well. I think we can get into that when we actually do start talking about that game in earnest. But that, I think, is going to be a good game. And then as far as Sanguine and Nutty Gaming is concerned as well, I'm quite looking forward to seeing how things are going to go for these two teams as they come into the season.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. DGG Kanga should be a great game. Sanguine Nutty, a little bit more of an unknown prospect where, like I said, we're going to get to know some of these teams in this first stage and see how far they can go and sort of set forth some storylines and expectations for some of these newer players.
Let's jump into the discussion around that first game then as well. We can touch on Sanguine first. And again, sort of a few new faces, I'd say, in this kind of a capacity, at least for me, right? I've seen a little bit of Rain Styles, but the rest of the lads are a little bit newer to me. So for me personally, when it comes to Sanguine, I am not entirely sure what we're going to get. You know what I mean? Like, I think, at least based on the players that we've got in this roster, the ones that I have seen, I think there is some upset potential. I think we've seen some interesting stuff from them over maybe 6 months or so. The last 6 months where there was a couple of interesting results in the likes of ANZ Champs for Rain Styles in particular when he was on X though. Yeah, quite keen to sort of see how they shape up. I think that for me is the big takeaway.
Yeah, and I'm always keen to see new faces stepping forward into some of these domestic competitions because I look at all of these guys and I say to myself, look, this game's been out for a long time now, CSGO. Even almost like a decade ago, some players were just starting their CS careers and things like that. Maybe like 9 years ago, I was playing my first amateur competition. But here in 2022, you've already got a roster full of some pretty fresh names. And whenever I see that, I think to myself, is one of these guys going to be the next big player in ANZ scene and take that step onto the international stage? Because if they are, this is the first step on that journey, so to speak.
Yeah, we have to see who they're going to be playing against tonight as well. And that is, of course, Nutty Gaming. So we'll catch up with those lads as well. I think a little bit more of a known quantity for me here with Velocity and Mega. I'm a pretty big fan of Velocity. I think he's had some pretty good games in the past from what I've seen. So I'll be keeping my eyes on him tonight. I know we've been seeing Mega kicking around for quite a while as well, Pilski. So a little bit of experience, I suppose, coming through in this roster.
Yeah, for sure. I think, yeah, exactly like you said. The other three lads, Super, Reply, and Shah, haven't seen as much from them. At least at this level of competition. Not sure if they've been kicking around in the leagues beneath this one. As for Velocity, I think the first time we saw him was like Red Bull Flick, right? And he's been playing a couple of seasons of these domestic competitions. Mega's played, up near that invite level already, so he's got a little bit of experience. And I think in general, that seems to kind of be the trend. We haven't seen a team yet of 5 completely new players, but there's always one player who's been kicking around for a little while. So those are the guys that have got to be putting in a good performance because they're within their comfort zone. This is the level that they're used to playing at, but they also got to play that role of just, guiding the ship, so to speak, and keeping all the boys on the same page with some of these BO3s.
I think we can continue that discussion here as well when we're touching on the head-to-head matchup for these two teams and the individuals that we're going to highlight. This time around, Rain Styles and Mega, so I guess you've kind of touched on Mega to a pretty good degree. Rain Styles as well, he's been putting up pretty decent numbers for someone that's in his position in terms of his career, right? I think at this point in time, 1.02 rating, very, very good. You want to be seeing that maybe bumped up a little bit when we get a little bit more developed, when we see him a little bit more. But 1.02 is pretty much exactly where you want to be sitting. 0.9 KD as well. Very, very solid stuff across the board, I think, for both of these two players. And for me, I think it's a situation where these numbers can really be bumped up a little bit in the next couple of weeks or so, right? When we're in stage 1 of LPL, CSGO, I think, there are a couple of matches where you look at it and say, this is not the most difficult of matches on paper. So this is where you really want to be doing a bit of that farming. And maybe tonight's the night. Maybe both of these two teams are looking at this match in particular and saying, this is actually our opportunity to really go hard in tonight's match, because I think it only gets a bit more difficult from here, to be fair, particularly looking at the rest of the teams in this group, and then obviously whether or not they go later on deeper on into the tournament as well.
Yeah, I think I can't remember how long ago it was, but I was a pretty average player when I was competing, and there was one match where we were playing a team that was like down near the bottom of the table in Premier, and I got myself up there with like the Euro players on the front stats page of HLTV, just getting like a 2.0 rating game. So this could be the game for these guys. You drop bombs in this BO3, and all of a sudden you're better than Simple. That's how it works.
If Pilsy can get a 2.0 rating, then anyone can get a 2.0 rating. That's what I reckon. Anyway, let's touch on Vito's here as well.
Anti-ecos, dude. Just go buy a Bison, get yourself a 4K, and it's done. You're better than Simple. That's how it works.
We got Mirage, Inferno, and Overpass for us tonight. So no Vertigo, no Ancient, no Nuke, no Dust 2. And unfortunately for me, no Cobblestone either. I don't know if you've picked up on that, Pilsy. I'm hanging out in Cobblestone. I feel like it's about time we bring Cobblestone back into the map pool. It has been far too long as far as I'm concerned. Although I do feel like maybe the token green map spot or slot has already been taken by Ancient. So I'm not sure what to do about that.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that too much, but at least I guess it kind of has that new map novelty. But I love Cobblestone. I used to love the util that you would throw on that map, so satisfying. But at least for today, it's more of the familiar faces. We've got Mirage, Inferno, Overpass. This is honestly pretty much the map pool that I expect at this kind of level of competition. You're right in the middle of the map pool. This is well within these players' comfort zones, especially if you have players that haven't played this domestic level of competition. They often like to fall into the comforts of what's popular in the pug scene.
Well, Pilsky, I know everyone's not here to watch us yabber on about maps and other stuff. They're here to watch some Counter-Strike, and I think it's time for us to jump into map number 1. It will be Mirage. And we're quite looking forward to seeing how this is going to pan out. Sanguine and Nutty. And we'll see how both of these two teams shape up in their first game of LPL Pro CSGO for Season 1 of 2022. Do you want to give me a little quick prediction here? Have you got a sneaky one to throw in, Pilsky? Are you leaning one way or the other?
I just like saying Nutty, so I'm going to go for Nutty.
Okay. Be interested to see. If you're going to be correct tonight, I think we could have a fairly long series here. It's always a little bit difficult to predict in situations like this when we're not as familiar with the teams and even in some cases a lot of the players, but I probably would lean toward Nutty as well. just because I've seen Velocity and Mega a little bit around the place. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll see what they can bring to us here as they start their way off toward the B bomb site. Looks like it's going to be a very, very quick play into B as well, doesn't it, Pilski? Nutty are not wasting any time here at all. A highlighted play out. Rain Styles is also doing much the same as he picks up that first kill with his USB. Starting to get collapsed upon. But Nutty, I mean, they're slowing down a little bit here. They need to find some frags, and the rotations are starting to come across from the CTs as well. It's becoming a little bit problematic. They're starting to get pincered a little bit. Keo from short, putting in good work, and Sanguine will pick up the pistol round.
Yeah, they just couldn't scale onto the site there, Nutty. That was their ultimate issue. And once they can't get control of areas like the front of shop and try to put those CTs in a bit more of a retake situation, they could never get Rain Styles out of NPK. They could never push back a couple of those defenders or hit those clean entries. They just couldn't scale onto the site. They couldn't get the bomb planted and get themselves into that post plant. So unfortunately, it's not connecting some of the shots needed, or maybe not throwing the utility they might have needed to make something happen. It's going to be a bit of a walk out of A here. Smoke goes up into Palos, might slow things down for the time being, or maybe there's just going to be a bust straight through.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, not really much of an investment here from Nutty at all. They didn't get the bomb plant down, so I guess that's probably part of the reason why. Super has gone for the Deagle, so he's really going to be that punching power for the team, but one would expect this should be a pretty quick and easy farm for Sanguine. They've got the MP9s in tow, so they should be able to pick up a bunch of cash off the back of that. Still a little bit of damage being done, though, by Nutty. If they could maybe take one or two more guns away, then, you know, not too bad of a round, actually, for Nutty, considering the investment that they had.
Yeah, totally agree. Almost took two more players with them as well. You had Keo and Sinister down there on 20, 30 HP. A lot of Glock dinks being connected there, but I think a pretty even result for both teams. Only two guns taken away. Nutty now goes into their buy here. And I don't mind this kind of a buy on Mirage. I don't think Mirage is one of these maps on the T side where you need full utility unless you are going to play a really prolonged default Sanguine. You love this layering of the mollies and the push straight into A ramp where they're running these MP9s. They're running some of these more bonusy kind of weapons. You do want to be on the front foot a little bit more and try to put yourself in those favorable situations to take some duels. They're going to take this B apartments control as well. You see that Neo is just going to chill there on the balcony with 79.
Ooh, being a little bit risky there, Keo. Jumping around in mid, but Mega not able to land the shots. And it looks like in the meanwhile, Neo has picked himself up a frag with that MP9. And I kind of like the way that Sanguine is going about this, to be honest. We're seeing some good stuff from them on this round. As you mentioned, you know, they're just running around with some, I guess, lackluster weaponry in most cases. And yet, they're getting themselves into positions to make those MP9s as useful as possible. Trying to play those close angles, trying to play a little bit aggressive and catch Nutty off guard. And I mean, so far so good, right? They've got that opening pick. They've taken about a minute off the clock here as well. And Nutty Gaming, while they've got some control of mid, they're only just now really starting to probe in toward one of the bomb sites, which is toward A. That's a nice pick from Velocity, though. And I think that might open the floodgates up just a little bit. I wouldn't really like to be Forlex here. Unfortunate kind of an aim duel for him to take. But Sandwich was not cleared, and that's going to be another player falling on the T side. So now we're down to 3-on-2, and it could have very nearly been a 2-on-2 if those shots would have connected. Rain Styles spamming through the smoke. Can't find anything. And that's the round. Well, very quickly wrapped up by Nutty, and I guess all of a sudden we turn our tables a little bit, because Nutty was looking like they were in a bad spot, and then they just worked their way in pretty comfortably and won the round.
Yeah, I mean, they had a little bit of decision paralysis at the start, just off the back of how the CTs were playing. They were playing hyper aggro. They were taking control of the extremities, but you saw Nutty just do the sensible thing in a 4-on-5 there with mid control. They just go for a 1-3 split up con and take a lot of those tools. They just took a lot of good angles and traded quite favorably with the better weapons. Now you get the force in from Sanguine. They had a couple of players who were double eco. It's going to have to be this hero orb from Keo that does the majority of the damage. First contact taken by him is a missed opportunity, and that's going to be Nutty to start pushing their way into con if that's what they want to do. But at least for the time being, they're still kind of milling around in mid, still in this 1-3-1 formation, just waiting for the CTs to over-aggress.
It's definitely the kind of shot that he'd be hoping for another crack at, because it's definitely one that he could use to open the account. I mean, not a huge amount going on here for Nutty. They've just sort of set Mega up in connector, getting the rest of the lads rotating their way back over toward A. I dare say probably will be that A split coming out.
Yeah. You can see them sort of creeping into the site. It's a 3-man setup over here with that rifle on the retake scenario. Crossfire between Balk and site could be deadly, though.
Oh, Rain Styles gets himself a double with the Deagle. And all of a sudden, he's got an AK. It won't last too long. Super still has a bit to worry about with Forlex playing close.
Get the flash out of Palace. We'll take this duel with Forlex, who just holding tight on the site, but with this plant coming in over towards triple, could be denied by Forlex. And it is indeed able to just peek out of from default, take 2 down with him, and now Sanguine in complete control. The site was just never cleared out properly by Nutty. Right from the get-go, they had that 3-man setup, and that's a nice little crossfire from jungle as well. Sanguine, just with the Deegs invested into that round, the Hero Rifle and the Hero AWP, which really didn't even need to do any damage. I think it was all the Deegs there, and they were able to recover 2 rifles at the tail end of that. That round literally couldn't have got better from the CTs.
I mean, you just get a little bit of individual prowess from those deagling players, and all of a sudden the round just disappears for Nutty. So they're going to pull out a few deagles of their own. Mega's even got himself an AK. He's the hero AK. We sort of said the last round that it sort of needed to be that hero walk to make the difference for Sanguine, but Deagle's got it done. Rain Styles might be just a little bit late jumping up, but seems to be okay.
This always reminds me of the Paradox guys, the way they love to chuck a hero rifle in there and a couple of Deegs and get some damage done. Mega takes the first contact. It's still a 2-man setup over here towards B. The rotation's quite a while away yet, Jordan.
Molotov comes in at the perfect time to push Nutty back.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful flash off the site. Being able to put Rain Styles on the line, he's confident to take this duel because he knows that it's a bit of an eco bash up against the Deagle, but you don't want to be hanging around for too long and potentially getting yourself punished by over-peaking. And meanwhile, though, Mega, if he finds the timing across short and with that pick on the B side anchor, this could be a very dangerous round now for Neo, who's all alone on the site.
Yeah, and I don't think he's really prepared for someone walking up short or either, is he? He's really keeping his attention locked on the apartments, and that's going to make it pretty routine for Mega to find that frag. So 4-on-3 is the situation for Sanguine. Do have some pretty decent weaponry and even some util in tow, but not finding much luck with the AWP is Kyo. Sinister not able to win that aim duel either. Pretty much, I'd say, shuts the round down. Unfortunately, they're going to drop the AWP there as well. I think as soon as that player on short goes down, you know, you pretty much have to consider that round over and done with. So if Forlex can hang on to this AK, that's going to be nice, but you're already playing for what's kind of a lose-lose situation. Unfortunately, he can't even keep that AK alive. So Nutty do make amends for that last round.
This is the O special right now. The hero rifle and the Deegs winning overall. I think Mega making the key play there. It felt like Nutty were dead in the water in the backside of B apps. They were getting bombarded by the counter flashes and some good util usage from Sanguine, but Mega creeping up Cat with the AK there makes all the difference for them, as well as that entry up B apps from the Deeg. Now you get the anti-eco out of Nutty. We'll see if they can keep this money nice and strong on the T side. You already got 3 players who are looking pretty good in that regard.
Not a bad opening pick there for Nutty. Forlex. I mean, the Deagles are actually not too shabby here for Sanguine, are they?
No, absolutely not.
Some good stuff from them.
I like the mid-round push into Palace on the timing. He's trying to catch that lurker. This off angle from Rain Styles could be huge, but unfortunately miscalculates the aim velocity. Able to get some space into that B site, and this is going to allow the T's to actually scale into the site and get themselves a post plant unless Sinister's able to multi-frag.
Oh, you can see he's got a bit of concentration on that face right now. Can't quite really land the opportunity on the player at Macca's, but inevitably there was going to be some trades coming through from the guys in apartments anyway, and now it's on Takio, who I think at this point is really just playing for some damage. That's not a fun corner to walk around. 3-apiece the scoreline.
Yeah, and these back and forth round situations are really detrimental to that CT economy, and you can see it right here. Like, they've got no loss bonus built up at all, so Sanguine are pretty dead in the water early in this half. You know, it's round number 7. They're still having to go for a half buy. They haven't been able to put a really good buy together for quite a while, whereas Nutty, they win that round relatively comfortably, and if they can kick 3 or 4 guns over, they are going to be off to the dream start in this half and going to be able to continue applying the pressure.
The Eagles still looking pretty dangerous. No connections. Nothing of note, I suppose, really, from Forlex. Although he has done a little bit of damage. Soften some of the targets up.
Tempted one deep. See the gathering of all these Sanguine players around A site, around Connector. They have that push up middle. And a lot of info over there. Nutty just making sure they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's, don't get flanked and give away too much extra info. But if they go back for this mid control, that could be a bit of a freebie for Neo at top mid there, and potentially a gun for him. And at that point, those are the kind of frags that in the mid round make things very difficult for the T side team in terms of making their next step. Oh my god, I cannot believe that Mega's checked that.
I don't know, he must have had a spider sense tingling a little bit. Velocity? Did he? He was tagged down. He was tagged down pretty significantly. I thought he got knocked over pretty quick by that MP9, but I'm pretty sure he copped one of the Deagle shots earlier on. Or a grenade or something.
This is just Mega drawing a lot of attention. Going back and clearing out that player at top mid has pulled the CT rotations back off of the A site, and the rest of Nutty works their way in there. Mega's still with his feet square in the ladder room. Is just controlling the middle of the map like an absolute champion right now.
Oh, Rain Styles. Took a couple to get it done, but Mega, the rampage is finally over. He's been running through this round pretty cleanly. Sinister's going to try and give this one a crack, or at least maybe now he will after getting that pick. It's a 2-on-1. I'm not really in his favor, nor is Life, unfortunately, at this point. Taken down, and 4-3 the scoreline. I mean, Nutty have been, I feel like, grinding pretty hard to get through these rounds, but now finally they've got themselves a lead.
Absolutely. Especially in terms of the economy. I mean, a couple of guns extra that they wouldn't have wanted to drop get forfeited there, but all things considered, I mean, you see 9k for Sharp. Rest of the boys right up above 2 for the most part. Opening duel towards ramp goes well for Keo. Opens up the accounting for the CT side, and Velocity seems like he wants to try to make a play out of B Apartments here to be able to make up for the fact that they're early on in a 4v5. Sanguine all the way deep into A ramp. There's just so much going on in the first 15 seconds of this round.
Tends to be the way, especially on the first couple of days of competition. Everyone's antsy, everyone's keen to get involved, and Forlex is doing just that.
This round's just done. Gotten the pick on the player coming out of ramp. That's going to be a freebie for Sinister. Oh, he makes a bit of a mess of it, but it's still good enough to get the job done, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know that Reply is going to be able to grab himself a 1v4 here with only 9 HP to play with.
Yeah, I think he's been left on red.
That's awful. I'm not even gonna laugh.
You're not even gonna give me a reply? Come on, bro.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna deign to even answer it, but then I realized as I was saying that I kind of answered it. So
yeah,
surely you're going for a knife at this point.
No, they cannot afford to drop these extra guns. Like, their money's in the bin. They win that one with 4 alive and pick up a secondary AWP, they're cheering. But if they charge him with the knife and drop 2 guns, that's nightmare Phil right there for the CT economy. They've already had such a cook start to this game. So the sooner that they can steady that economy and just continue along the CT side, try to scrape a decent round total together, the better.
A little bit of mid-control here for Nutty seems to be the name of the game.
Just working their way through the map. Get that nice little set aid straight over towards Delpan. Maybe not quite lined up correctly. Doesn't quite land on velocity as he would have wanted. This duel in towards Connector going to be very critical. Obviously, you can see Sinister and Neo playing off of each other towards Brick's side and Con. Nutty have, in general, just been playing this slower, crawly, mid-control kind of style, trying to establish one player in ladder or in window or in con, and then work a mid-round out from there. going to throw a jungle or a top con smoke here. Trying to help these A players, or these mid players rather, get up con and have a little bit of impact. And I think this is just going to be a bit of a set play up mid.
The defense on A doesn't look particularly strong. It'll come down to whether or not Keo can hit shots with that AWP, and he has missed the first one. Forlex also dropped, so now you're kind of just playing for the retake here as Sanguine. Seems like Sinister might have some other ideas, though he elects not to go through the smoke in the end. It doesn't fade favorably for him anyway. And Nutty have control of the bomb site. They have the plant down, and Sanguine, I think for the first time this half, are actually going to try and save some guns.
Yeah, I think giving Nutty a lot of space in middle and not really contesting them as they try to come in for that con split. It's one of the just tried and tested strats that has worked for the longest time in Mirage. It's just establishing yourself in middle and then going for that split up con. It's simple but effective. And Sanguine, like I said, you had the player at Bricks, you had the player in con earlier in the round that could have done something about it, that could have had some impact. And they were a little too rigid, just allowing the T straight up there. You know, you'd seen a lot of these teams nowadays pop flashing through the con, taking some duels, being a little bit more active, but Sanguine giving a lot of respect there. And particularly, if you boiled it down to the mid to late round at that point, and you're running a double AWP and you put yourself in these retake scenarios, that's usually not going to go well for you.
Interesting little graphic there, map win prediction tracker. Keep an eye on that as we go through. I think it's still a bit difficult to tell. 5-4. I'm not really getting the sense right now that either team is particularly on top, if that makes sense. And you know, that seems like maybe Captain Obvious, given that the score is so close. But I think, you know, sometimes you could look at it and say, oh, team won the pistol and they got a few free rounds here or there, but X team has won a bunch of gun rounds. But I'm not really feeling that consistency yet from either team necessarily.
Yeah, you've seen both teams drop some of these pistol rounds as well, which doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence. But the main thing that I'm gleaning from this is Nutty have a much better economy and they're on the T side. So Sanguine are always kind of on that knife's edge of they lose this critical round and it's going to go downhill very fast.
What is Rain style? Oh no, that's not worked out at all. Reply, he's ready. He's all over it. Now Keo is in a bit of a spot of bother because he's got attacks coming from all directions. He's getting bailed out of trouble, but he actually does that himself. A triple from Keo. Oh, I thought he was on for the fourth there. Oh, finally, a little bit of excitement there for Sanguine. Now it's just on to Sharp. I mean, a 1-on-2, definitely very doable, but with only 27 seconds, pulls out the P250, and maybe, just maybe, this one can still go the way of Nutty. Don't think he's got any idea where Neo is, and unfortunately, that will be his undoing. 5 apiece is the scoreline now.
Yeah, but those are the rounds that, look, you won the round, but it took absolutely everything out of you as Sanguine. You can see they're absolutely broken the replay here, so they're going to be sitting at that, like, 3.5 kind of mark. You're going to have the one gun dropped over, but the rest of the boys is going to be pretty light on the util or down to the MP9s. It's a bit more of a serviceable buy than I expected, maybe off the fact that Keo is now glass cannon. Whereas Nutty, they're in a pretty good buy situation. This is going to be a big swing round for either team to start to take control of these last 5 rounds. First duel up towards Con between Sinister and Velocity going to be super important.
Oh. Who's going to crack first? Has Sinister spotted Velocity's arm there? I think he might have just seen a little tickle, or at least he had a suspicion. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, though.
Good duel in mid, one by Nutty. Just got that 1-3 setup. Just that one player in middle, drawing a lot of attention. 2 players trying to isolate that fight and clear out middle if they can. Meanwhile, Nutty scaling onto this A site, Jordan.
In a great spot to shut this one down if Sinister tries to get a little bit antsy there in connector, but Keo catches Sharp. No one watching CT, and that'll be the gun, rather the bomb dropped. Now it's back to 2-on-2. Oh, they're going to have to deal with this guy in connector, and then they might be able to plant the bomb safe, but that's proving to be a little bit more difficult than anticipated. It's onto Super Solo. 30 seconds left, and he's going to try and swindle his way back to B by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's threaded the needle. Able to find the gap in the defense, and this is going to give him a little bit of a time to put himself in a pretty favorable post plant. He's not going to plan it for short. It's over for bench and apps for the most part. Sinister trying to catch him on the cross, but he's just maybe missed the timing. Oh, no.
No way.
Oh, both of them are coming up short, Jordan. This is so winnable.
I can't believe he's actually gotten away with that. Anyway, I think he might just win it. I think you're right, Pilski. There's one, and he knows exactly where the second player is as well. Great news is he got the high HP player out of the picture early as well. All he needs to really do is get a bit of a tickle here onto Sinister. Oh, no connections with the AWP, and that'll be the end of the round. Nutty Gaming are going to pick themselves up another one.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And just to add insult to injury.
And that breaks the money, Jordan. That is a massive, massive impact around there from Super. Threads the needle straight through the murder hole. Able to put himself in the post plant. And unfortunately, the CTs are unable to trade. And that breaks their money, which is the point where the T's can start to come away with this game a little bit more. You see the force spike come straight out from Sanguine. They are in that double eco territory right in towards round number 12. So Nutty, this could be a chance for them to have a much better half than their opponents. And they're going straight into B where there's only Rain Styles to defend.
Don't know that he's going to have a great time here.
Oh, the MP7.
Regardless.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, it feels like we're casting Asian Counter-Strike again, doesn't it? But I think you know, for Raid Styles, as good as he has been with the Deagle, you can't expect much from him there. There's a nice little kill though for Neo, and actually, yeah, there might be something in this round now for Sanguine. Shah is in a very precarious position, and he'll fall as well. So blink and you'll miss it.
The loss bonus is not good for the T's. Couple of them are broke. Bomb goes down, so that might shore up the cash a little bit, but even if they want to put a buy together here, it's not going to be a pretty one. Same can be said for Sanguine. They only come through with 2 guns at the end of that round and no cash in the bank, so this is another one of these situations where Nutty, they can go for the hero rifle approach, or they could just even out their money, and they're going to even out their money. Go for a couple of these Deeg investments. They know that the CT money is still quite shaky, and they're also reducing their loss bonus. So if Nutty can take 3 guns, 2-3 guns off Sanguine, they could potentially break their money towards the end couple of rounds of this half, but it really probably would take 3 or 4 kills to do so.
A very reserved kind of a defense on the A-bomb site from Sanguine, and they've completely given up mid-control as well.
Yeah. They have a good read on this. Say they're playing this how you'd want to see them play an anti-eco outside of Sinister, maybe coming up closer towards Underbalk. Might not be where you want to see him playing against the Pistols, but for the most part, it's not too bad of a setup, and already that player's gone down into taps.
Not a bad start to the round though for Nutty. 1 for 1, I think you'll take it at this point. Ideally, they'd want to be able to pick up 1 or 2 of these guns, but that's not an option just yet. Styles continuing to put in that work, this time with the AK. Headshots abound for everyone, and Sanguine get that one over the line without too much unrest.
Yeah, that's going to definitely steady their money right at the end of the half here. 2 rounds of play left, and they keep 4 guns up. That's a good outcome for sure. It's going to allow them to put multiple buys together. Even if they lose this one, they hopefully should be able to put together like A1Ss and armor and something like that. It will probably be light util, but it's better than being broke and going down to the pistols and the MP9s, that's for sure.
Super looks like he's got a pretty good setup there.
Yeah.
He's got the TV on the wall. Were you ever a TV on the wall kid?
I didn't have a TV. I was always a laptop in my room.
Yeah, I was never a TV in the room guy. Although, you know, and this is going to sound crazy. By the way, because we're on a bit of a tangent, there was just a tech pause there. Seems to have been sorted out quickly. I actually had, it was like a CD player with a LCD screen on it, and you could play DVDs on it. So I guess it was a DVD player, but it also played CDs. But it was a CD player.
How big was the screen?
Sense. Like the tiniest screen you've ever seen.
Like a smartphone nowadays?
It's like maybe the size of a passport or something. You know what I mean? Like that size. Very, very small. But I watched like the original Transformers movie on that.
Nice. All in 640. So
yeah.
Get a 1 for 1 early on
in my day, that was HD.
For sure. Well,
again, I mean, Nutty are just being able to get control of mid with relative ease, aren't they, on this T side?
Yeah. Can they leverage that to a round window in the 4-on-4? CT spread quite thinly. Forlex playing around this default area, but trying to shift maybe into a bit more of a retake position, perhaps. So you get this movement from Murderhole towards this A side of the map, but found by Super, creeping out A ramp. That's the critical kill for the T's in this round now, starting to move their way over towards A. You get that smoke over towards mid-site, just sowing the seeds of doubt in the minds of the CTs right now, who could definitely be caught on the rotation by Mega.
Sinister is creeping his way back into that bomb site, but he's been spotted. And now with that flash, Super's going to be sent in onto stairs as well. He's not really aware that Rain Styles is hiding behind his smoker, and that is going to cost Reply his life. But even still, it's not a bad spot to be in for Nutty, though they need to speed things up a little bit with 20 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure what they could be doing here, where those CTs are. With that frag, though, should be right to get a bomb plant down. Neo's really creeping his way over toward the bomb site to try and clutch this one out. And unfortunately doesn't have too much luck. And I think perhaps saving that AK might have been a wiser decision here, because the money's not looking too fantastic for Sanguine.
Yeah, it could have been worse. Like I was saying, round before this, round number 14, you had them save quite a few guns. If they had lost, 3-4 guns, like I said, they would have been in an even worse position. This is still not great. You don't want to be like 3.4k right on the last round of the half. But it's better than having pistols and MP9s. I think they had enough for an AWP as well, so that could be helpful for them. But no doubt Nutty have earned themselves potentially a 8-7 if they can take advantage of the fact that they have the better buy.
Seven apiece. It definitely feels like a 7 apiece kind of a half. If I would have, I don't know if I don't know what my analogy is here, to be honest, Pilsky, but it just feels like you can't really draw a line between these two teams too easily. Things go one way and then they go the other way. Inevitably, maybe Sanguine is going to be the team to walk away with the lead at the end of the half, although Reply seems to have other ideas. Picked himself up a double on the entry into the A bomb site. Rain Styles rotates his way across into connector. All of Sanguine are here, but Reply is a one-man army, apparently.
Yeah, Citizens has gone 100-0 in the Molly nightmare scenario. Sanguine both trying to come up connector and just fight the T's before they can get across to the site.
Oh, that could have been something there for Keo. That really could have been something there for Keo.
Pretty good half, though, from both teams. Like you said, it could really go either way, like an 8-7 scoreline. You never know who's going to be, coming away with the momentum. It's about as even as it can be, and it's Mirage, As we get a bit of a pause here, someone's auto exec is not working or something, and they need to reconnect. The classic game crash.
Love that. Is that that's a Garfield on Keo's camera there?
It's taking a snooze on the monitor. What do you call those? The blinders, or I know there's a better name for it.
The flaps. I'm gonna call them the flaps.
Monitor flaps.
Yeah, I think they are. They're like, when you see a horse and they have like the helmet thing on. It's not really a helmet, but I'm just going to call it a helmet for lack of a better word. To keep their attention on the on the front, the blinders. Yeah. So it's basically like that. It's like
all you see is frags.
Yeah, exactly. All you see is frags and maybe a little bit of Garfield's feet hanging off the top of it.
Yeah.
I don't use them personally. I don't have them on my monitor.
Me neither. Not really the most motivating mascot.
No, I mean, I guess if you're going to come into the server like that, then you're probably going to be falling asleep, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, I'm used to, all the Aussie teams. You always get a boxing kangaroo. Maybe you get like a slightly optimistic koala, something like that. Although I went to the zoo yesterday and, the koalas, they don't really do a whole lot, do they? They sit around. They chew eucalyptus leaves. They turn poison into food somehow, which is cool, I guess.
Did you ever did you pat one or?
No, I didn't pat one. Are you able to pat koalas? I heard they're like feral if you piss them off.
No, it depends. You can't just go up to a random koala and pat them, bro. That's not how it works. But if you go to like a zoo or something, you can you can give him a bit of a cuddle.
Tash was feeding the kangaroos as well, and it was funny. You give them like these little cups of food, and they just grab them and take them off of you. And Tash was like, "I wanted to feed all of them," and one of them was just grabbed it off of her.
To be honest, it's a wonder those kangaroos in the zoos like that are not just absolutely just fat. Like, how do they not just get fat?
Some of them were super fat.
Yeah, okay. Because they just get food like 24/7 from people walking through.
Yeah, non-stop, and they encourage you. Three
what
bucks.
has happened there?
I mean, that's
Rain
just
Styles
a dry peek out a ramp, and he's gotten absolutely booked.
Yeah, Velocity's going to drop himself a bit of util down to try and dissuade the push coming through here from Sanguine, but it doesn't look like he's going to have too much luck there. Still, luckily, at least Shah can grab one back, and it's 3-on-3 for the retake here for Nutty. Doesn't look like they have a defuse kit, and I didn't catch if they had one at the start of the round, so they might have to pick the pace up here a little bit. Unfortunately, that has not gone too well for them. Forlex is hitting some pretty banger shots. That's 4 kills for him on the pistol. And Sanguine equalized once again.
Yeah. Massive, massive impact play. Winning that T-pistol there. Always feels good, especially in games like this. You know, these league games where you get that T-pistol, you get maybe a nice clean anti-eco in towards that first gun round. And it feels like the momentum is really going your way. It's one of the feel-good moments in these kind of games, especially on Mirage. It's a very sort of momentum-based kind of map. So it's looking a bit like the classic A exec, but Neo's got some issues in middle here.
Certainly does. Goes to show that the USPs can still get a bit of damage done, and let's see what Super can do here. Gets the bink. Sinister decides to jump, and all of a sudden now it's a 3-on-5. It won't be that for very long. Super was kind of up the creek without a paddle, but this isn't exactly going to plan for Sanguine.
No, definitely not. Get that Galil creeping up con side. Looking to try to take a duel. You got Forlex very close to CT there. Doesn't quite go down to the Zeus.
I actually don't know how he hasn't gone down to the Zeus there.
User error, I think. Well, they picked the pieces back up, luckily. Just in time for Sanguine. Bomb plant, 3 guns taken over. Not terrible. Up 9-8 now. The momentum is still with them, but good for Nutty to just keep them honest, take a couple of guns off them, and keep the half relatively close. Also doesn't help to just get a kill or two with those USPs. 1 extra grenade on the CT side, especially heading into these lighter money gun rounds. It can make a difference. Extra flash, extra HE. You never know.
Looks like it's going to be a faster play toward the B bomb site once again. Sanguine just do not know the meaning of playing slow. Bomb's going to drop into the site, so that's going to make life a little bit easier when they need to retrieve it. Oh, Sinister. I thought he was in trouble there, but Mega going to lose his head, and so is Sharp. I just feel like I have no time to breathe, Pilski, watching this game. You know, every single round is just like an absolute freight train.
This is classic. This is the classic, though. You've kind of avoided some of this, I feel like, but this is like the ultimate Premier kind of experience. Getting a lot of B rushes thrown in there, a lot of quicker plays. Reply trying to isolate out the angles. Able to find the first, but that's info for Neo now. He's going to creep into a better position and play close towards market side here, holding the smoke and rewarded for it. That's going to be Sanguine. They scrape through that round, but they still get it done. And heading into an anti-eco now, that's going to be the opportunity for them to build up their cash.
I mean, it's good in a way. You know, sometimes when I'm watching, like, Order, I'm half falling asleep before they're hitting the bomb site. Like, there's 25 seconds left in the round, and you're going, oh, come on, guys. But no such problems here. So what is this? I'm going to have a look at that graphic a bit more in depth. It's telling me... I'm not sure.
I think something about stonks. The NFTs on the rise again or something.
Too many numbers. My brain doesn't really deal with numbers. But I'm told maybe Nutty's, you know, struggling a little bit on Mirage. So I guess that's that. 10-8 is the scoreline, and that goes to show the efforts that Sanguine have been putting in so far in this second half, that they've been able to, you know... I feel like we haven't really seen much of a lead at all. Oh, Super! Where's he pulled that one out from?
That's a super performance. Superb.
Put that in the highlight reel.
Absolutely. And this is now super winnable. You get Super. He's got himself a third. So all on Sinister to 1v5. Bombs where he buys guns. So he's going to have to go back there. And he doesn't look too impressed about how this is going. You can see him just laser focused in the clan there. A 4K from Super. those are game-winning performances, map-winning performances, those kind of rounds.
Let's have a look at this one here.
Yeah, the replays. Just great crosshair placement. It really is just great crosshair placement. Brought to you by LG there on the replay. You love to see it. Crystal clear replays coming straight into your eyeballs.
Maybe you could have crosshair placement like that if you used LG products, Pilsky. Might help you out.
There you go. Send us one over. Be happy to give it a go.
I'm not sure if there's any saving you. Anyway, let's see how we go here, as it does seem like Sanguine are once again headed towards that B bomb site. Difference this time, though, is that Nutty has a little bit of util to play with. It might make it a bit easier to defend the site. Velocity is going to stay in front of his smoke, although off the back of those flashes decides to escape back through it. But again, the Deagles. I mean, I don't know why anyone's using any gun that's not called a Deagle at this point, because they're just on point at the moment.
Oh, the spam straight through. Hits the headshot on the third or fourth bullet there. Mega. That is a pretty massive 3K holding on from Bricks there. And now Sangwood's money is broken. This game just keeps flip-flopping, mate. Back and forth and back and forth. But this is what I was talking about. That Deagle round from Super is massive. They pick up guns. Look at the CT money now at 10 apiece. They've just broken the T-side economy. This is staring down an anti-eco. That's why I said that 4K on the Deagle from Super is a map-winning play, because it just sets up that CT economy to absolutely skyrocket at this point, and it also just builds the confidence of the boys going forward.
It's just crazy to me that we haven't really seen much of a gap past 2 rounds in this entire map so far. Super, a lot of damage done, only the 1 kill. Oh, never mind, it's 3 kills. I just, again, you blink and you miss it. That's 3 kills. Quick, smart.
And these are...
Looks like Nutty's going to get this one over and done with pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, a 4K, 4 players alive, rather, is excellent for Nutty. And look at their cash on the CT side. It's going to be much more difficult for Sanguine now to grind this game back, but it's these kind of games where you see players like Super, and this is what I was saying. Watching games like this, you get to see some of these players put on performances like this, and you're like, all right, let's keep an eye on this guy in some of the leagues that we get to cast. Showing a nice level of skill so far. Big setup in towards middle here for Nutty. They've controlled it quite nicely. Now starting to make their way back to the site because they haven't seen any Ts over here. It's going to be a creep out A now.
Reply. Hiding inside of Sandwich is going to have a bit of work to do, but chances are he won't be checked. Never mind. Neo lands on top of his head, and Super has found a gap, and he has abused it with prejudice. He might get Rain Styles here as well. What a fantastic round. A massive step up from Super. Oh, another one. What have the last few rounds been for this guy?
It's just dominating, mate. There's a 4K into the player over on Palace, and the jungle messing up a jungle smoke in 2022. Like, yeah, Mirage has been a map for a little while. LG, I think, innovated those A smokes in 2015, 2016. So, like that's one you should probably have in your arsenal by now.
Starting to look a little bit worrisome now for Sanguine with the money being low. Nutty getting off to that 2-round lead, and it seems as though they should probably clean this one up relatively comfortably as well. Super is just taking the game into his own hands, isn't he? He's fearless.
It's brimming with confidence right now. Sinister. I mean, this is a bit of a horror movie moment, isn't it? Oh. Never mind.
Oh, I was having a bit of a bants in the chat.
Yeah, I miss this environment, to be honest. I miss just getting on with the boys for a league game.
That could be you.
It could be me. It used to be
me. You probably still got the chops.
Oh, I don't think so. All these guys are putting in a good effort, I don't think there's anyone lagging behind in the server overall. I would definitely be struggling into the double digits right now, I think. Another
That's
round
fine, though. You're an IGL.
Yeah, true, yeah. Another round with 5 alive. for the CTs. This game is kind of getting a bit untenable for Sanguine. Like, not gonna lie, you've got 3 CTs on 5-digit economy. That is a really difficult situation to be put in right now. 123 ADR for Super. Really just having a couple of pretty massive impact rounds. Like, he was doing all right first half, but this second half...
Oh, yeah, he's been ballistic in the second half. And when you have Shah opening things up like that as well with the AWP, it just makes the life of the rest of the Nutty players so easy. 4 on 5. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Just play by the numbers, literally and figuratively. If you're Nutty, wait for the T's to put a few toes out of line. Velocity able to punish the pick in B apartments. Keo, yeah, able to get Super, brimming with confidence, but still not able to win that duel versus the AWP. Reply though, off angle at A ramp. At 1 minute, you're not expecting someone to be there, usually under Balk or playing from that retake scenario. And the rest of the T's just going to go up short, but they've already lost apps control, and there's no way you're ready for this off angle.
No way, he says?
No one plays here. You're not playing Counter-Strike. That's not Counter-Strike. He's playing in Africa.
Well, it's worked. 14-10 the scoreline. Money, at least not so bad for Sanguine that they can't afford to buy of some sort. $14-10 Pilski. I think we might be headed toward the end of map 1, and Nutty might just be able to walk this one in. Although I am seeing a couple of deagles on the side of Sanguine, so I'm not prepared to call it just yet.
Yeah, got the half buy. Sanguine effectively playing for OT, but seeing if they can steal themselves around away. That's unfortunate. That was a T side volley in Palace for some reason. That's gone awry, and they've been cleaned up. Another 4 players surviving for Nutty. It's an absolute whitewash over towards Pal's side. I don't know where that molly went. How did the T molly go into the entry of Palace? Oh dear. Alrighty.
Well, full buyout for Sanguine.
Yeah, last chance saloon. They got to win 5 in a row, mate. Against fully bought CT economy every single round.
Shah. Once again, trying to open things up with the AWP, but he's got another opportunity. Not an easy one to hit that, especially with the flash headed in his direction, but he's calm, collected, and lands it quite nicely. Makes it look easy.
Yeah, those are the shots that are like, you see at the top tier, you know?
Yeah.
Overseas. And those are the flashes of brilliance that you love to see at this level. Oh, very messy round. Duels being taken in middle as well as over towards A, but Sanguine are making something happen here. They still got to put the pieces together in a 3-on-3 right now and try to find the gaps in the defense. But, oh, that's a great timing for the T's there. Keo's going to be able to sneak up Cat now.
Well, it's just Mega over toward that B bomb site, and the rotation is going to be a very, very long one. He's got a bit of early information, though, and he sets himself nicely. Already 1 kill for him with that AWP. And all of a sudden, the progression does kind of slow to a crawl for Sanguine. Just going to give time for those remaining CTs to come across. Mega's got himself another one. Where on earth has he even gone? How has he got there? And how has he hit that shot? That's going to be the end of it. Nutty Gaming will finish off map 1. And it's a fairly convincing victory in the end.
Yeah, they got some nutty aimers, Jordan, not going to lie. Some of those guys are super, super sharp. So going to be interesting to see how this next map goes. I think it's straight down the middle of the map pool. So another one of these kind of maps where we're going to see the boys be able to use their individual skill. There's some structure in there as well. But I think what we were kind of expecting is that Nutty might be the stronger of the teams. And so far, at least in the server, although you did see a lot of those boys over there on the other team putting in some good performances as well. You know, I think overall, you just had too many of those impact plays once we got towards that close scoreline, 10-10. Couple of massive plays from some of the individuals on Nutty, and they're able to pull away with it on that CT side. Just get too much cash for themselves.
Indeed. Well, scoreline right now is 1-0 for Nutty. We'll see whether or not they can close this out in 2 as we head on to Inferno right after this.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
G'day and welcome back to LPL Pro CSGO. We have just finished off our first map and things are looking pretty good if you're in the Nutty Gaming camp. I think they were probably pretty happy with how things ended up there. Pilski was a 16-10. And in the end, I mean, Super really standing out head and shoulders above the rest. I don't think he necessarily flew under the radar per se in that first half. Like, he was doing okay. But it was that second half where he really just went ballistic and absolutely domed in a couple of rounds and ends up on a 30 bomb. So not a shabby shout from him there.
Yeah, like I said, that's what these games are all about. It's about getting a feel for the relative form of these teams. It's about scouting some players who are up and coming in the scene and seeing the flashes of potential. And it's those kind of rounds that, you know, you see players like that and you go, all right, this guy could be on a pretty good team in the future. You even saw it from some of the other lads on either one of the teams as well. Just some flashes of brilliance, some nice opening AWP shots, some good positioning, some good util usage. You know, it's just about bringing that consistency together and just the overall team dynamic of the Counter Strike that they need to work on a little bit more as they get more games under their belt. What's that?
What is that cheeky grin for?
My buddy Mike, mate. It has a mind of its own. It just decides that it wants to go.
I thought you were pushing the
everywhere.
microphone up.
No,
I saw it going
it
up.
wasn't me. It just does it on
why
its
is
own.
Why is he moving his microphone while he's talking? Like, that's kind of weird. I can hear him fine. Oh no.
Sorry.
Well,
Oh,
The other thing we want to know, Pilsy, this is a question from the chat. Can
Yeah.
you speak Polish?
I can't at all. I
Mm.
can't speak a single word of it. I'm the least. Actually, I have a story about this. I'm the least
Okay.
Polish person ever. I remember for IM Sydney, Carmack came down and he said, "Oh, your last name looks Polish. Are you Polish?" And I said, "Yes." And he goes, "Do you speak Polish?" And I said, "No." And he walked away.
Well, that's
He
a
said,
funny
"Cool.
story.
All right,
Yeah,
there
cool.
you go. I don't want to
Not
talk to you
interested
anymore."
in talking to you anymore, I guess.
No,
That's fine.
unfortunate.
Look, what do you think about Inferno, right? I think from what we saw there, Nutty Gaming on Mirage, it took them a little bit to really get going, but it did seem like once we got into that second half, they were really on top. But I do wonder if, that's because that's their map choice and they were just, getting into the swing of things and they got pretty comfortable. Are they going to be able to sort of have that kind of strength going into Inferno? I thought there was enough there to kind of interest me when it came to Sanguine that this could still go to three maps, to be quite honest. If Nutty comes in here and Inferno is maybe not their map or Sanguine's really good at it, I think there's enough that could potentially tip it back over to Sanguine's side of the fence.
Yeah, I think, look, like I said before, these two teams, you don't know what to expect from them. I think, that's about what we wanted to see is like maybe Nutty was eking it out. Maybe they had a couple better impact rounds, but overall, it was pretty neck and neck for the majority of that game. And I think these kind of series a lot of the time come down to big impact plays, come down to big swing rounds, who's winning pistols, at this relative level, as well as just who's not making big mistakes and who's not, potentially allowing someone through in terms of rotations, like that mega round snipping up short. Those are the kind of critical rounds where you can find gaps in the defense that teams that are relatively higher level aren't making as much, able to just work the gaps and get away with rounds that you should have no business winning. So those are the kind of big impact rounds that make the difference. And I think there was just a couple more of them for Nutty, but the potential is definitely there for Sanguine. You could see them putting in a good map here on Inferno, no doubt.
All right, well, I guess that's something that we're going to have to mull over as we are about to head to another short break. Don't go too far away, though. Inferno on the other side of this. G'day and welcome back. We're jumping into map 2 in just a second. It's Inferno. This is Sanguine and Nutty Gaming going head-to-head. And right now, Pilsky, Nutty, in the lead. They've got that 1-0 scoreline off the back of Mirage, which was their map choice. But are you feeling the winds of change maybe coming through here for the second map? Are we going to go the way of Sanguine, or do you reckon this is wrapped up into?
You never know. I think momentum is kind of big in these games, so I don't know. I'm feeling nutty, but we'll see if Sanguine can kind of put the pieces back together after a bit of a lackluster performance in mostly just the last couple of rounds of Mirage, because the rest of the game was just neck and neck.
Indeed. Well, I guess it's time for us to see whether or not we are going to be going to 3. And that's really up to Sanguine as they move on to their own choice of Inferno. It's an important map for them. It's a do or die in the series. And for Nutty Gaming, well, I think they are coming back off of a fair bit of momentum from that Mirage. As you mentioned, Pilski, saw some really good stuff from Super. We also saw some pretty solid stuff, I thought, from Mega as well. It seems like the individuals really got going in that second half. And I guess Inferno is one of those maps as well that most teams in this day and age should be very, very familiar with. So shouldn't be too many curveballs coming through here. And I guess if you can't play Inferno, well, then you don't win. You don't deserve to win a series 2-0. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you can't win on Inferno, you don't deserve to be winning a best of 3 so cleanly.
I mean, yeah, this is the kind of thing that I was saying before. Once you get down towards this level, it is very much in the comfort zone of some of the more played maps, the maps that have been out for a while. You get a big swing into middle here for Sanguine, looking to try to just take the action straight to the CTs, bonking their way straight in towards the apartments. You had that player who was maybe going to take contact in Boiler, but straight out in towards the balcony now, Jordan. That's a nice first pick. Ends up going 1 for 1.
Indeed, Reply finding a few heads alongside the assistance of Shah, but eventually he runs out of bullets, and it'll leave Forlex in a 1-on-2. Won't last too long though, and Nutty starts off with a win.
It's the bloodbath. So many footsteps being heard from every which direction, and you can see the CT scrambling to get into position. Just pretty much a fight all around that dig side, and Carpet's basically like a 5-on-5 on that A site pretty quickly on in the round. No post plant really to speak of, as you get now a force buy actually out of the T's, and a lot of scouts being purchased up. So
yeah,
we'll see if those have any impact here. Already a first tag from Neo there.
2 already, actually, and 2 kills as well. One of them onto Rain Styles.
Oh, God.
What's going on?
Oh, it's an absolute mess.
The nade has finished off Keo. I was gonna say I wouldn't be too confident in making that mid cross in a game like this, because as soon as you cross mid, you got a couple of guys with scouts, a Deagle watching you as well. It just feels like one of those games where you can't get away with that.
Well, into a 2-on-4 now. The scout's still well and truly alive, but at least with armor and some Deags to follow it up. Sanguine trying to wait for some of the CTs to make some mistakes, but you have this deep position from Mega, who's just able to keep an eye on the mid-rotations for the most part, just from Carpets. And a pretty sensible 2-man setup between Coffins, as well as up on the flower pot there. There are the smokes to be able to get into the site, but they might not be ready for that boost position, especially if they see one player retake from Coffins.
See what Sanguine can do. And so far, not a huge amount, but Forlex at least gets one. So a little bit more damage through there. Looks like a scout is the preference over a Famus. It's an interesting choice there from Nutty.
Yeah, might have been a mistake, all things considered. But look, you take what you can get. A couple of scouts here in the anti-eco. Still happy with how the game's going if you are Nutty. Here's a chance for them to build up their money a little bit more and get themselves rolling here. Oh, Neo. The openers with the Deags and the Scouts these last few rounds have not been too bad at all.
Not bad indeed. Might be a bit of a faster play up toward B here from Sanguine. At least that's where they're congregating. I don't think they have too many options though, Pilski. They've only got the one flash. So if they're going to do something, they're going to have to hit it pretty hard. And that's the util invested now, so it just comes down to the aim from here.
Yeah, that's a big tell as well, that you're taking control of half-wall. Might push or pull some rotations. You see the retake utility in there from the CT is going to give them information about the fact that there's no T's over towards sandbags here. As the smoke fades though, and Rainstyles gets a pick over towards this B side. This round is getting super dangerous for Nutty at a 3-on-5.
I agree. What is Reply going to do? Because he's the sole defender on A, and in fact, the rotator is actually going back toward B right now. So he's been left high and dry. He's going to have to defend this one on his own. He's got a UMP, which might be put to good use in a close-range engagement like this one, but this really is a one-and-done position, if I've ever seen one. Maybe you can get a couple from it, particularly if Neo and Sinister are the next ones to peak, but how many can he actually find? Well, none, really, is the answer. Rain Styles is on a bit of an expedition, and I think Nutty's already called the save.
Yeah, another eco being won there by one of these teams. The half buys, the force buys, and the ecos have been very impactful so far this series, which I'm not particularly surprised about for the most part. This is Oceania after all.
Yep.
I think a lot of these lower level teams as well, I'm not sure if they are like Australian nationals or not, or whether they are like, you get the HLTV flags, people have like DN flags, Korean flags, got an Indian flag as well. Is this the next evolution of Asian CS?
Oh, I miss Asian CS.
I do too, mate. Rain Styles could be the next Zion. You never know.
Could be. Got a big name to live up to, that's for sure. I sort of consider Zion the last bastion of Korean Counter-Strike at this point.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, NKT, I don't think qualified for the major.
No, I saw that.
Or the minor,
I saw that post on Twitter. I saw that.
So,
like, what's the point of you being a team exactly? If you can't even get through the Asia minor, then Lin Vision wins Middle East on 150 ping or something.
Yep.
The classics. Sanguine. That's some good map control over towards the B side of the map. They throw that progression smoke on the front side of site, which not really respecting at all. They're just going to peek straight into main. They know no one's over there. In the meanwhile, you've got Sinister keeping the rotations honest. He's going to throw the progression utility towards bracket side from Boiler. Get this mid-round push from Reply all the way through Carpet. So a lot of info gathering being performed by both teams. But after all said and done, Sanguine getting ready for this B hit.
Got a bit of util lined up. Gonna make that call. It's going to be a very nice Molotov to push Super out of position, or he's just going to decide to burn alive and take the fight anyway. A 1-for-1 could be worse. Bit of damage coming through from that smoke as well. Velocity just spamming through. He's going to grab himself another freebie. So all of a sudden, it doesn't quite look so good for Sanguine, despite the fact that they got into the site, got the bomb plant down. Forlex! Nice spray. Gets the double. And now again, another twist and another turn, and we're back to a pretty favorable position here for Sanguine, and you might often see probably a save called from here for the CT sides, but Gaming are going to hang around. Maybe Shah feels like he can't get out.
They're going to be punished for it as well. It's all on Shah, trying to hold on to his weapon. And will be allowed to do so, but 3 guns taken over from Sanguine. They bankrupted the CTs. That's gone very well. I really like the push and pull of that round, as you saw Sanguine working that control over towards the B side of the map, and then they still had that player over in Boiler just throwing the bracket utility, keeping the rotations honest. They just kick off that B side execute. It's just good fundamentals over here on Inferno, and it's put them in quite a good position, all things considered. I think Nutty now saved over that one rifle. We'll see if they're going to force. They will not. Just going to be having that one hero rifle and look to buy in towards the next. But as I was saying on Mirage, you know, the 4 to 4.5k full buys are not too bad with the limited nades, but here on Inferno, definitely not the same story.
Well, what can Shah do with that saved M4? I think that's going to be the big talking point in this round. Hasn't really found an avenue to get into the round, and unfortunately there's no one really to facilitate that either. He's got his own flash. So no one can even flash him in.
I think at the higher level, you'd often see the Hero M4 be boosted over the jungle smoke, or maybe do a one-way in towards top mid. A boost onto the flower pot here would definitely be a good usage, so I really don't mind that at all from Nutty. Oh dear.
Oh,
Never mind.
well, it's unfortunately not worked out for them, although they might get given the time to do it courtesy of the smoke, but they're going to have to get up pretty quickly because the hit is starting to come in and you've got a guy cowering away in the corner of the site, Super, just back in dark, and he just doesn't have anything to do anything with. He's got a USP, but Shah might even grab himself another one. I'm surprised he stayed up there for so long. But look at Super!
He can't hit the head, the hitbox! Oh, God!
I think Velocity came in there with a knife as well. I don't know what I'm watching right now. That round. It goes the way of Sanguine.
Yeah, it does. So, classic hitbox. That's been the issue for so long. Is just having someone looking away, planting and crouching. You just can't hit the back of the head. It doesn't exist for some reason.
Yeah.
And now, this is what I was talking about, this 4 to 4.5k kind of buy. Look at the grenades on Nutty. No real HEs, very limited flashes, very limited mollies. It's very hard to kind of play a more sort of standard playstyle on Inferno with this kind of util. You kind of tailored into taking some more fights, because you can see, even in just the early round here, 1 minute 35, the CTs don't really have that many grenades, but it doesn't matter if you're going to do that. A 2k with your first clip through the smoke. I mean,
Velocity has been a bit of a smoke criminal this game.
that's going to bail you out. You don't have to play into the late round if you just get a 2k through smoke and start a 5-on-3 this early on.
Okay. What's the option here for Sanguine? Little boost. You're going to try and draw someone out with that molly. Might not have gone deep enough. Reply can still play behind the wall in pit. Has he spotted Kyo? I think he has. Well, he certainly has now. And that's going to be well dealt with by the pit player. Still have another player on this bomb side and even another rotator coming across Nutty. They look like they've got the perfect defensive setup. And they do indeed. 5 guns alive.
And they break the T-side body on 2 of the players. Really couldn't have gone better. Sanguine, they could probably still buy out. Forlex, if he throws an AK over to someone, he's still only looking really down to a Mac 10, but seems like they just want to even out the money. A sword off. When was the last time you saw a sword off, Jordan?
I haven't seen it all year, Pilsy.
Okay, 3.5k invested from Forlex. That could just be an AK no-header, Kevlar. Look, does anything I say matter? That's all I want to know. Does it matter? Am I just talking shit right now?
It's like, I don't know. You sometimes wonder, Pilsy, why are you even trying to analyze a game of Counter-Strike? That's a good question.
It's a good nade, though. It's going to even up the numbers. 4-on-4 is a little harder to to hold on Inferno, though. A little harder.
I really want to see. I really want to see what Forlex is going to do with this sword off.
That could be AK light armor. That's what that could be instead of a sword off.
No, but he's going to entry pit. Watch this. I reckon he's going to kill Reply. Oh, he's not. He's going to go Duke. He's just going to charge onto the bomb site. Oh, there was an opportunity there very briefly for a moment. And to be honest, it's worked.
That's very Australian of you, Jordan. You always want to back the underdog. You really wanted to see the sword off succeed there.
I did. I don't know if Sanguine can actually win this round from here now. Oh! Certainly being given the opportunities. Rainstyle's not able to connect with this scout, but I feel like Velocity is really just dancing with death at this point. Luckily, Super has turned on a bit of that Mirage form, and he'll clean up the head of Rainstyles. Now it is just Sinister in that one-on-one, but he'll fall, and Nutty will just win the round by the barest of margins.
Bloody hell. Very, very close there. This is going to take a toll on the CT economy as well. Nutty's going to have to burn through a lot of the cash that they built up previously just to be able to reinvest, whereas the bomb plant plus a little bit of loss bonus here for Sanguine is not too bad at all. They've got a really nice looking buy here and an opportunity to punish that CT economy, break it, and continue along their merry way here. This is going to be a big swing round for both teams, round number 8.
Big hefty defense over towards the B side of the map for Nutty. They're going to try and take control of Banana, and it looks like they'll get it as well. Some counter util coming in from Sanguine just to prevent them from rushing all the way down Nana, but
yeah, So this is like one of these scenarios where you see it sometimes at the lower level. Nutty at 1 minute 30, they've got almost no grenades to work with. And this means that they have to kind of take some fights earlier on because the T's have a much bigger util advantage. Obviously, they've had to forego some map control, but this is where if you're able to leverage the nade advantage that you have right now, you are probably going to win this round. So this is where you can really see the excellence and the structure of a team shine. See Sanguine, they've taken bracket back. Yeah, you've failed the progression smoke, which is not ideal.
Oh, what's going on here? Didn't quite check the corner properly and maybe cottoned onto it a little bit late. But Velocity, he's behind a smoke, and we know how dangerous that has been for Sanguine in the last couple of rounds. With only 30 seconds left here as well, they're going to go through straight into his crosshairs. And he'll grab himself a double. Reply is there over in mid, putting in work as well. And that's more or less the round done and dusted. Nutty, they're starting to shape up nicely on the CT side now. Money's looking better.
Honestly,
Sanguine are running into a brick wall.
Yeah, I felt like that round should have gone their way. There was only really that one last smoke. If they did a little bit better of a job raiding out the util, then they probably would have won that round. But I think, you know, at the point, if you freeze frame it where Sanguine went for that bracket control and then Mega gets punished for the brackets push, the T's were actually in a pretty phenomenal position. But, I think that was some of the contributing factor, what you saw there from Shah. Nutty are just shooting a little bit straighter tonight. Super as well, he had a bit of a multi-frag in that round. Just better confidence is starting to flow from the CTs. They're just wide peeking mid.
Yeah, I think it's a worrisome sign for Sanguine, isn't it? If Nutty starts to allow these individuals to kind of go off the leash a little bit. I've seen what they can do last map, and if that continues here on the second map as well, it's a tough day at the office for Sanguine. Another round where 5 guns still remain through, and that boosts the economy even further.
Yeah. Super important on Inferno to keep that money really stable. Just be able to have full nades, you can run your protocols, you can take map control. Sanguine, though, back on another pretty decent buy. They've got good util. Didn't mind their approach overall to that last T-side round. They were 5-on-4, they had bracket control, they were sizing up a B-bomb site with only one player on there. It's just the late round that didn't go well for them. So, see if they can make up for that. They've definitely made their job a little bit harder. They're going to have to win consecutive gun rounds here. Start to crack into this half.
Nine control established for Sanguine. Looks like we might see a recontest from Nutty, I thought, but maybe not so now that Super has journeyed, venturing back in toward the CT spawn.
Yeah, I mean, you had the retake util thrown out there. Just to kind of give the T's pause for thought. You could have had sometimes a retake being committed to, but I think they're just trying to throw the T's off a little bit. There's the nicely timed molly actually in on this XZ, and you see the entry take a lot of damage. The Velocity's just hiding inside of the fountain of all things, Jordan.
Super can't quite get much more done. See the bomb plant go down here. Now, Nutty, are they bold enough to go for a retake here? They got 2 flashes, and it's a 3-on-4, so normally you would say no, but it looks like Nutty are not afraid. Mega thinks he wants to give this one a bit of a crack. So far, not quite finding the kills, but they are going to be fighting one fairly shortly. How much is it going to cost, though? That's the real question. Well, a 2-for-1, that's exactly what they need, and then some. We need a bit more from Mega now. 2-on-1 for him to find. Knows the location of 1, spins around, almost gets the head off of Forlex, but time has run away.
Yeah.
And in the end, Nutty, again, probably would have been better off saving those guns through. I know their money's looking pretty good at this point, Pilsky, but a 3-on-4 with no util, it doesn't feel like a particularly enjoyable task.
Yeah. I think it's not terrible, actually, in this scenario. Like, usually I would agree with you, but the outcome of that round, you can see how much money they've taken off the T's. T's absolutely broke at this point, reducing their own loss bonus and kind of starving for nades a little bit. So, look, this is where Nutty, that retake will be worth it if they win this subsequent round and they don't land Sanguine a plant. They could actually break the T-side money, which you don't actually usually get that many opportunities to do. once you get a little bit deeper into the half, the T's have a little bit of loss bonus. Super not losing many aim duels tonight, and that's going to be another great one for him.
Oh, Velocity. He's playing with fire at this point, isn't he? Rain Styles, he wants to get into a piece of it. Mac 10 doesn't reign supreme this time, though.
They're both so low. If he wins that duel, you can see him just continuing on in onto Super on 15, but end of the day, two-man disadvantage for Sanguine under a lot of pressure now. That first smoke can be dropped. There's another one straight in front of Mega. Retake Flash going to give the T's a bit of pause for thought. A little bit of info with the footsteps as they try to make this 3-on-5 happen. Oh. It's another smoke there for Mega.
And he's going to go creeping back up behind it as well. He knows Sanguine are in a bit of a spot of bother because all the info being gathered by Reply in mid. They're going to have to go B. There are no other options. And they're going to probably have to go just as that smoke fades, or they're going to have to go through it. Look at the crossfire setup. Super's on one side, Velocity back in the site. Mega's waiting there as well.
They're saving?
No.
They're saving.
Might actually work. It's actually worked.
There's no way. Wait. Shah's on the cross.
Well, Smoke's going to go down. He'll still get two. Oh, Sanguine, they thought they had their opportunity, and I really thought so too. But Nutty, despite a bit of a comedic round, do get it over the line.
What an absolute roller coaster. Oh my god. They almost threw that. Like a genuine pushing out to be there. Like they definitely could have lost, but this is what I was talking about, mate. Money's broken now. Keo died after time, I guess, so $50 for that man.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. So that
especially
retake,
this late in the half.
That retake ends up paying dividends. Taking all the guns off the T's, and then they win the subsequent round and break the T-side economy. That's huge for Nutty.
Well, Sinistar going to put the Mac 10 to good work. Now he's got himself an M4. Might be not a bad idea to chuck that one over to Forlex, who's full HP. Or Rain Styles, but he doesn't have any armor.
You got Shah on that line from Coffins. Could be a freebie before they even get into the site. Indeed it will. Just being shut down by some pretty basic ankles over towards Coffin, but not much to say about it for the most part. Out the utility on the T side. Forlex trying to make this one a little bit more expensive. Given plenty of opportunities onto Mega. Ooh. He's going to take one of them, but with the bomb on the other side of the map, this is mostly just damage.
Oh, it's so winnable
No
now!
way.
Oh, my word. Perhaps a bit too close for comfort now for Sharp, particularly given his 50 HP. He's running himself back into Nana. Well, how far is he running? That's the real question. He's going to set himself, and I wonder if Forlex expects him on this angle with an AWP. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
There's no way they lost that round.
Look at him! Look at him on the camera. He's got his rave party going on. Did you see that?
I saw that. Oh my god. What was that round, Jordan?
I don't know, dude. Just another day in ANZ CS. Attack ball's coming through from Nutty here, and I think we could probably understand why.
I don't think I've seen a round just chucked in the meat grinder like that for a very long time. That was giving me some Asian CS vibes. That one.
For sure, for sure.
And not even like modern Asian CS vibes. We're talking like 2017, like peak Asia CS vibes right there.
The Mongols.
That was definitely a Mongols round, for sure.
Well, it's kind of given Sanguine the opportunity now to fight for the half.
Yeah, I mean, these halves have just been flip-flopping so often with teams losing ecos and gets forces and all this kind of stuff. Just absolutely absurd. See if Sanguine can make that absolutely massive play work well for them and put them in a better position on this T side than they should have been.
Oh, it's still a losable round here if they walk their way into bracket, these two players.
Oh,
Look, I know the real
God.
hit's going on at B, but...
Oh, no.
Oh, that's not it.
AK and Boiler, run, Rain Stars, run.
Alright, now what can Velocity do? Not much.
Okay.
You know, if Velocity would have gotten one, I reckon it was on.
Nah, these are the games where we're traumatized. After one round happens like that, you're like, hold on. Every anti-eco.
Are they going to give it a crack? Or are they going to save the AK?
Por qué no las dos?
Oh. Yeah, maybe. Try and find some exits here for sure. Does not appear that that's going to work out for them. Oh!
Oh! That first
Well-
one was pure RNG, but the kill onto 4lex, good crosshair placement. That's good
Got
damage,
himself an
man.
AK.
Yeah, 2 guns taken over, pulls an AK into the next round. You can drop that over to one of the boys who's on like 3.8. All of a sudden, we got a CT buy. That would have been a really sad buy if you see 2 of those lads buy at like 3.5k. That's the territory we talk about MP9 or FAMAS with full util. But this is a much better looking buy than they would have had access to, that's for sure.
Alright, 7-6. Can Nutty make some amends for the last few rounds? They get this to 9-6, I think you can still say, you know what, it wasn't so bad. But if this ends up being a half that leans 8-7 to Sanguine, then there are some serious questions to be asked. Mega's trying to look over the smoke, but he's not really seeing much.
Gonna have to be a reply to go pretty massive from the back position here. Mega can provide him some counter flashes, but he's been caught with nade in hand. Neo trying to scale onto the side and not quite able to finish that kill off, unfortunately. Down to 12 HP. Now the rest of Sanguine coming in for the trade. Rainstar's on the flank. It's some beautiful timing.
Yeah,
Shah-
but not quickly enough. Shah's got the double kill before he went down, and that's kept the pit player alive. That's kept Reply alive. And Mega's also there hanging around now, as well as the rest of the squad. Rotating in. Very well done from Shah. Cooler heads prevail under pressure. Probably knew he was under pressure as well from Arch side, but he just had to focus on what was happening on Balk, and that's made a big difference.
Absolutely. Was a good position. It's what I've been seeing from Sanguine all half long. It feels like they're putting themselves in strong positions in the mid-round, but the late-round execution and some of the tools just not quite being capitalized on at the right timing. Peeks into middle and banana. You can see Nutty want to keep rolling with the confidence, know that they've probably got gun advantage and want to use these A1Ss to bully some of the players, but that's not a great start. Gun dropped at top mid from Mega. HE nade maybe being used to try to blow that gun away, do a little bit of damage, but now you can start to see Sanguine scale up, bracket over, up in towards this A site. Replies caught over in carpets, and Shah's dead on the site. This has fallen apart. This was a anti-half-buy kind of situation, a force from Sanguine with 2k on most of the players. And Nutty, unfortunately, is just taking duels all over the place.
I wonder if Velocity and Super can pull this one off. Probably starting to lose a little bit too much HP to make it easy, but those 2 kills will definitely help. Time is very much going to be a factor. Now it's 3-on-2 though. Super will probably have to go through this smoke. Velocity tries to do the same up on Balk. Super! You almost found the timing. 8-7 is the scoreline. Nutty, I think they'd probably be a little bit disappointed with that half, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because they were really in a position where that could have been double digits, and it ends up being 8-7 only.
I think it was less apparent on Mirage, but particularly here on Inferno, you're seeing both teams losing rounds due to a lack of fundamentals at times. And this is again some of the same things that you often see. So we got a bit of a tactical pause coming in. 4lex has got somewhere to be, maybe fixing up his rave lights or something like that. How do you play in that room like that? That is just Trying to make like a fish tank simulation or something.
I have one of them galaxy lamp things. I know that's not what he's got, but turns your room nice, pretty colors. It's kind of fun. Reckon you'd like it, Pilski?
Usually I keep the galaxy inside my head for the most part. Bit of a galaxy brain, Jordan. I don't know if you know.
I don't know if I know. I really don't think I know. I've known you long enough to know, perhaps, that that's not the case. Sanguine do lose their player pretty early on in the piece, and while they've got Sinister behind the Nutty forces, so I don't know how much that's going to help. There's smoke in his way, and he's not really going to be able to help too much. He'll get a kill. The bomb plan's still going to go down on 8. And Velocity looking pretty sharp with those shots from the clock. 2 guns is better than 1, that's what they say. But is 2 guns going to be enough in this situation, Pilsy? Not too sure.
They're not interested in playing post-plan. They're just trying to go kill him. Which has gotten both of these teams in trouble in some of these other rounds, but not this time. Nutty.
Yeah, all right.
Good shots being hit on the entry into the site. Going to put themselves in the driver's seat. Again, these T-side pistols are huge for your momentum in games like these. No force in here from Sanguine. They are going to play round number 18 with the 4 to 4.5k kind of buy. So I'm interested to see what kind of nades they're going to be purchasing up and how they play the round overall. Like I said, kind of pigeonholes you into maybe playing a little bit of a more aggressive in the early to mid round. Can't rely on some of those smokes and Molotovs in the late round. Santiago being a little bit more tame here from Nutty, though, at least.
They are walking into the stack, though. The flash looks very good. Well done from Mega and obviously Velocity to follow up with the 2 kills. Solex won't get much of an opportunity to play the game in this round, and 10-7's the scoreline, so Nutty do stretch out that lead to 3.
The dream. The dream start, 5 alive, 2+K across most of the players here on Nutty, up 10-7. It's a very winnable game for them. They're going to put in a lot of rounds on this T side, get to play their style. And this is my issue that I take with this round number 3 buy. See some of the boys even have to invest in head armor because they know they're going up against things like Galils or sometimes the Mac 10s. Util being invested very early on here to take the banana control, but this is what I was saying. You don't even really have the grenades to be able to hold it once you take it. And if the T's are able to use their utility well enough, they can kind of retake banana without really even having to take a duel, and then you don't have anything to stop them getting on the site. So we'll see if Nutty have a good understanding. Right now, the positioning that I'm seeing from them, it seems like they kind of know how they can maneuver around this. If you see them start to scale with flashes in towards the B site, which I think they're doing, up banana here, yeah, this is exactly how you want to play this kind of situation. I'm loving this.
1 minute still left on the clock, so plenty of options here for Nutty. A site heavily defended, pulling a bit of a rotate back over to B. Reply will actually take that duel and win it, but Keo comes up one better. A double kill through the smoke, and Nutty are left scratching their heads after that one.
Yep. Gonna have to come up with something quick. They've got this bracket control, but not a whole lot of time to work with. Forlex probably needs to go pretty big here from Pit, and that's a really nice start. Bloody hell.
A bit of backup here as well with Keo coming onto the site, though he will lose that quite quickly afterwards. Velocity's going to be able to get the bomb down, and I don't mind this for Mega. He's in a position where he can make a play. Velocity's a bit stuck. Not much he's going to be able to do, but if he can at least grab one, maybe Mega can pull this one off. He's been pretty sharp so far tonight. See what he can do. Forlex, not going to be needed too drastically, and he'll just clean up the scraps. In the end, Sanguine make that retake look easy.
Yeah. Little bit fortunate, though. I mean, the 2-man span through the smoke from jungle side kind of saves the round. You had Reply open things up in towards dig side and put things into 5-on-4. You had the Nana control, you had the bracket control. These are the kind of situations that I'm talking about. You know, you freeze frame the round and you say the T's are really favored here, but couldn't quite close it out.
Well, looking at the win prediction tracker there, it's still got Nutty at 79%. Which is, I think, a fairly sizable lead in terms of the predictions, given the scoreline. 10-8. Still a world where Sanguine can come back into it.
Are you saying you disagree with the stat map winner prediction tracker? You're smarter than a robot?
I can't believe you've done me like this. All I'm thinking about now is the Roomba that we just bought. It's like, maybe I'm not smarter than the robot.
Do you clear up Nox's hair?
Yeah, I do sometimes. Oh, Forlex. Dude, I feel like you'd really have to enjoy going to raves or something.
He's trying
if
to
you
get
wanted
himself
to have
hyped
that
up.
in your room.
Trying to feel something, you know?
I always wonder if it's like something to do with his camera lens and it's just like the frame rate, or if he's actually got it doing that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, it seems to work for him when he was up top mid with the Deke there, and people were just trying to give him 1v1s, and, you know, we all saw how that went. I still feel like I've got like a mortal soul wound from watching that unfold. Like, it's opened up like a little passageway that I thought we had closed long ago in the golden era of the Asian CS days, like seeing some of those anti-ecos and people running at each other, and then I saw something like that again, and I was like, oh god, it's like PTSD. My life is flashing before my eyes.
Quick pause is a good pause. That's as far as I'm concerned. We're straight back into the game, which is nice to see. Shah definitely had his opportunity there. Able to connect it, and now he's got some util headed in his direction. Might not need to invest the smoke, but will anyway.
It's a great position from Neo. Knows that the T's want to try to get up on towards logs there, but actually, CT's going to concede banana control. They've still got a little bit of util to hold onto for the late rounds. And a few more nades going to be bled out of the T's as they take this sandbags control. So all things considered, pretty even exchange. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. That's all Nutty has right now to get through the majority of the rest of this round, and they don't even have bracket control, so going to rely on Shah creeping up on towards this line towards the B site and see if he can find them an opening pick. But if he can't do so, I'm not sure if Nutty are going to have the easiest time working their way into this round.
Oh, Shah, it was so close, but he didn't land the shot. 40 seconds left here. I mean, look, we've only got 2 players over on this B site right now. The time is ripe for a hit on the B site, but Nutty has all of their forces over toward A, and perhaps they called it nicely because Keo, he was on the rotate back to B. He ended up having to come back to A. He's made a lot of noise, and Nutty have opened up the account quite comfortably now. It's just Sinister left on the site. Hopefully he'll get cleared out. Super was carrying the bomb, so that'll need to be collected, but you'll definitely take that as an entry for Nutty.
Yeah. And those are the kind of rounds where, like, Nutty is in those positions, in a very rough position. Like, you saw Shah, I was up top banana, trying to force a pick. He was actually the main man with the majority of the grenades. The rest of the team just had that one smoke, and they were relying on the CTs to make a mistake. They were relying on contacting up bracket, going into D, going into jungle, trying to find one of those opening picks. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, it's really down to Keo. If he's playing from Speedway side and he's trying to play some of those angles over towards Speedway or near the fountain there, you can really get away with multi-fragging. You can even get picks on some of the T's crossing, reposition the library, things like that, make their life very difficult as they try to go up through Moto's side. But the fact that he's caught running with his knife out, those are the kind of situations where the inexperience, unfortunately, is what ends up costing Sanguine, because that round was super, super winnable. And that was an important round as well. Like, you talk about the 10-8 scoreline, the T's were low on money. That could have had a pretty big impact here. Instead, they're back on the save with the 2 hero rifles.
Can still do a lot of damage with 2 AKs.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is over toward that B site, the other back over at A. Oh, Shah again. Really looking to strike with the AWP.
Line to main side and pop onto the line. Get the smoke down and towards the main choke as well. It's going to push Neo back, so they've identified where one of the AKs are playing at. Might even be reading as a bit of a force, to be honest, here for Nutty. They're going to keep things sensible, though. Rotate over towards the B side of the map, just leaving Reply there with a bit of util in second mid. Maybe he's going to throw that jungle side smoke and a pop flash on towards Bracket or something like that. Pop flash onto the line though. Sanguine will maybe start moving their way down middle. They found Reply, but he's able to actually almost get out of there. All things considered though, one AK dropped over as Nutty start to make their way in towards B.
Well, a 1-for-1 exchange, and that's not a bad one as far as Nutty is concerned, particularly when you get that from Super. It's going to have to be another save here from Sanguine. I mean, Sinister certainly seems quite keen on the save. Forlex is hanging around. Well, that hasn't worked out for him.
I mean, damage there is on towards the T's is not too bad. CTs, they still have a little bit of loss bonus in the back pocket. They're all sitting around 2k. Forlex was actually near 2.9, so look, the extra gun saved over wouldn't have been too bad, but if he takes 2 guns off Nutty there, that's more than worth it. Just to be able to destabilize the economy and keep the window open for that reset. 3 up for Nutty though. As they head towards 12-8, they build up a little bit of cash, and they are well and truly in the driver's seat. They've already found that first map, and now it's kind of their game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it has definitely stretched out now, hasn't it? Sanguine are really struggling in this second half to get the ball rolling at all. They don't have an AWP in this round again, but at least they've got full rifles. Util's not looking too bad across the board either. They've got the 5 smokes and, you know, a few HE nades here and there. So, enough to work with. Nades are doing some good damage already as well.
Yeah. Good shit down mid. I mean, yeah, the Inferno and Dust, these are the maps where HE nades, if placed well, can have a lot of impact. Double nade goes towards logs instead of all of those, so Velocity going to avoid the majority of that nade damage. This time, Nutty going to work Bracket first before taking Banana. Velocity just gets a 2k, fully blind in towards Banana. Would love to see the replay on that one, because that's probably the round-defining play. Sinister trying to dig deep, but Mega's already scaled all the way through Carps on the lurk, and essentially both of the players on the extremities getting a 2k is what unfolds the round, and these are not usually the situations that we see happening a lot of the time. Usually see those kind of kills getting traded out, and we have to end it up in a post plant, but sometimes it works like that, you know?
There's will be 13 on the board for Nutty. Money's just awful for Sanguine. They would have the full loss bonus at this point, I think.
Yeah.
But even that's not going to help them. 3.4k. I mean, you just don't have enough money there for the CT, so they're going to have to take a save here.
Yeah, I mean, the half buys at this point are the norm. Half buy with a bit of util usually, but they're not investing in any nades. These are the things, like, this is where I'd really like to see a lot of HEs, a lot of smokes. That's what you really see a lot of the time at the top level of play on Inferno. They're just relying on the individuals to find opening duels, and Velocity, he's won a lot of those over towards Banana.
They're straight into the B-bomb site, so that's probably the round more or less wrapped up. Reply might well still lose his gun, not expecting a third player in the apartments, which I think is fair. But overall, again, if Nutty was given that opportunity, that trade at the start of the round, they would have taken it.
Yeah, Sanguine need to get themselves this next gun round, or it's probably all done and dusted. That's kind of cute. Baiting out the push from Mega. The feigned footsteps. Takes another guns out of the hands of the T's. And look, big picture. These kills do matter when you're on the comeback. Nutty at least has the round difference gap where by the time the CTs start to catch up, they're going to be full loss bonus buying and buying and buying anyway. But it's better than nothing.
$14-8. Sanguine, I think they're probably staring down the barrel of a defeat now. Gonna have to put in some pretty Herculean efforts to pull this one back. Shah starting off nicely with the kill. He's been trying that a few times here in in Banana, and he's finally been able to reap the rewards of his patience with a nice double. Might even get the chance here at Keo as well. Mega's just going to go sending it across. But that opens the door up for Shah. So he's on a 3k for this round. Pretty nice AWPing from him.
Yeah, a bit Zaiwu-esque. Just charging up Nana and winning all the duels.
Well, timing's pretty favorable there for a reply as well, by the way. He's actually snuck his way into Arch, and Sinister most definitely will not be surviving very long.
All on 4 legs now. Kind of been the standout for Sanguine, at least in this map. B has been a big issue for them. And Keo, who was hitting some nice shots with the AWP on Mirage, a little bit absent. In general, just it's kind of apparent, at least on this map. It was already a little bit on Mirage, less so, but especially here on Inferno, the individual ability from the Nutty players and the consistency has been a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree. I think it took them a little while to get into this series, but once they did, as you say, it's been fairly apparent that they've been able to win the duels where they needed to on a more consistent basis than what Sanguine have been able to. 15-8 the scoreline now.
Yeah.
Probably just one round to go, I'd say, at this point.
This has just not been a close half. I think this was like a 7-8 half.
Yeah.
Initially.
Sanguine came in at 7, so they've won run round this half.
Yeah, Nutty's just kind of doming on this half, T-side of Inferno. Mega's back on the MP7 entry.
Might be able to make it work as well. The flashes seem to be pretty good. MP7, once again. Oh, he's found himself a double.
Is that somebody?
You love to see that. I think that guy's retired. Neo actually pegs a couple back with the MP9, so let's not get too excited just yet. The map may not be over, although I might have spoken a little bit too soon, because it is very much indeed over. 16-8 the scoreline, and it's done and dusted very comfortably for Nutty Gaming. Wow, that was a pretty quick map. I thought that it might be a little bit closer than that, but Sanguine not quite able to show the same presence that they were able to on Mirage.
Yeah, I think embodying the Garfield mascot a little bit more there in the second map. A little bit sluggish overall outside of that first half, just not really being able to keep up with the fragging department. And at the end of the day, you know, games at this level are determined in terms of your individual skills sometimes. You could just really get in there with the duels and out-frag the other team. And if they don't have the fundamentals to be able to lean back on, then you're cooking with gas. I think you saw a lot of rounds where it was just a double entry into B on a gun round. And on Inferno, those are the rounds that really hurt you in terms of the momentum, because not only are you on an instant save or at a significant disadvantage, like 5 seconds into the round, but also in terms of just how the economy stacks up. Like I was saying before, I feel like the games of this level, it's super important whenever you're winning T-side gun rounds, like the first T-side gun round, or you're winning a T-side gun round with ease, you're winning the T-side pistol, and then you just start playing with the confidence. And that's what I was seeing there from Nutty. They were just kind of scaling all over the map. They were finding entries with ease and just playing with a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, not really a huge surprise given the way that things started to roll in the second half of Mirage. I think they took that into Inferno. And to be fair, I mean, on Inferno, I think at least in that first half, we probably could have seen a little bit more of a cleaner game from Nutty. So the fact that that ends up being 16-8, you know, you could probably say that might have been a 16-6 or something if Nutty really would have crossed the T's and dotted the I's to a 100% kind of a capacity. Unfortunately for them, you know, not quite able to get that done, but overall 2-0, end of the day, that's kind of what you want. And it is a bracket, so it doesn't really matter how it sort of plays out, but pretty quick day at the office for them, all things considered. That's a series that's been completed in less than 2 hours, you know, so when you're considering the way that Counter-Strike is these days, sometimes these kinds of series can last 3 or 4 hours for a best of 3. So get that one over and done with, and, you know, move on further in the upper bracket, which is fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, you know, just good to lay our eyes on a couple of these newer players. Definitely a lot of talent in the server there, and saw a lot of exciting moments as well. A couple of heart stoppers in terms of the anti-ecos, even now in 2022. OCE team still having a trouble against the Pistols. It's a age-old age-old issue, I suppose. So a little bit as well for some of the teams there to review and work on some of the fundamentals. Definitely some improvement, but definitely a lot of great positive signs there as well from some of the individual players. Definitely some boys that I'm keen to see up against some of the other teams, or even maybe later on into the year, because we're only in March right now, start of March. Still plenty of time, still plenty of comps coming up and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was a very fast series, wasn't it? You're like, not even in so much as how quickly the maps were gone, but
Dude,
the speed at which the play happened.
I've been in the promised land of Valorant, mate. The old MR12 series are over in no time. I don't know about the other games. How does PUBG usually go? Are you there all day, or what's the deal with that?
There's a set time for every single game, so
Okay.
it can go for 32 minutes. It can't go any
You
longer.
know what you're gonna get.
At that point, the circle's so small that no one can exist on the map. So, yeah. All right. Well, I think it's time for us to start thinking about maybe our second series here, Pilski. We have a lot still to talk about. So maybe that's something we can get into when we come back from the break. It's going to be about 10 minutes or so away from right now. So if you need to go do something, go get some dinner, go sort yourself out, do it now. Come back in 10 minutes or so. We'll be jumping into game, and well, we look forward to seeing you then.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the
combat. Experience precision. LG OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
I'll tell you what, Pilsky, I am G'd up for victory after that bumper. I love it. Anyway, look, let's see where we're going to go for our second series. To be honest, I'm not really too sure who's going to be getting the victory in this one. I think this is going to be a pretty interesting series. DGG and Kanga Esports going head-to-head here for our second match of the evening. We did just see a 2-0 for Nutty Gaming over Sanguine Esports. So that one got wrapped up pretty quick in about a couple of hours. I don't know if I was necessarily expecting that, but hey, what do you reckon about this second series? DGG and Kanga Esports. I feel like this one could definitely go the distance, right? I know we've seen a bit of Kanga Esports in the past, but there has been a couple of roster changes for them, and DGG is quite an exciting prospect as well. So this could really go one way or the other. I don't really know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've only really seen the one tournament so far this year, and we didn't get to see DGG or Kanga. I don't think Kanga participated in the qualifiers. No. As for DGG, we just didn't get to see them on our stream. They didn't make it through the group stage as they had a couple of pretty strong teams in their group. So I'm keen to see. It's always good the fact that they've stuck around, and now we're going to get to see the actual lineup. And worth mentioning that they got a couple of players who have won this competition, put on by LPL in the past over there at the LAN and things like that, playing on Paradox, I think it was, with Zeph. So, and I'm not sure if Versa was on that lineup or not at that time, that iteration of the team, but even so, it's quite a star-studded roster and has the potential to win the whole competition, even though they have to go through the play-ins. They're not an invited team.
I'll tell you what, let's take a look at the DGG roster so that we can get a bit more of a visual representation of what we're looking for today. And I agree with you. I think this is a really, really interesting prospect. I mean, Versa, Zeph, we've seen a little bit from them in previous seasons. And I know Gump, Mizzy as well have been hanging around, and Wombat coming off of that Vertex run as well. These players have all been in really good teams at certain points in their careers. And so I think putting them all together, and what is this sort of it's like a Paradox Ground Zero sort of mishmash, I guess, of some of these players. And we'll sort of see how this one does end up playing out. I guess, look, I have high expectations, I think, for this roster. I don't know if I should. I mean, I don't know if they're coming into this playing like 100% all guns blazing, or is this like just a full fun team? Are they just, playing a little bit here and there? Or are they really scrimming hard? Or are they, what are they expecting? What does this team want to do? I don't know. But at least looking at the caliber of players on this roster, I think you could probably be looking at solidly, at least, maybe a top 6. I think you probably put them below Vertex. You probably put them below Paradox, and certainly below LFO, Order, and Renegades. But, I mean, is there any team right now that's taking that 6th position really squarely? Like, are you thinking there's any team right now that you'd have to say, yes, they're bang on in that 6th spot right now? I don't know if there is. Like, I don't think there is an answer to that right now. And I think that this team right here could potentially be that team if things go the way that they could for this.
I think in a tournament like this is their chance to kind of stamp their mark and even kind of test some of the teams that are kicking on the heels of the top couple of teams in Oceania. You're talking about LFO, you're talking about Renegades and some of those boys up the top. At least in this tournament, you do have a couple of the bigger names playing. So that's going to give more series, more opportunities for DGG, similar to what we saw in the opening tournament of the year that we got to cover, to play the teams like Vertex, like Paradox, and sort of test their mettle a little bit.
Yeah, I think we probably have high expectations from them just because we know exactly what they can do. But I suppose we'll have to wait and see what they're going to be able to get done tonight against what is, I think, a good sort of test of their mettle in Kanga Esports. And, I also have kind of high expectations of the Kanga Esports roster. But I wonder whether or not we will be seeing the the roster sort of coming together this year and having the same results that they did in the previous year and a half or so? Or, you know, is it going to go a step further? Is it going to sort of crumble a little bit? Because I suppose the big talking point on this graphic is that TJP is not there, and he was, I thought, pretty essential part of this roster's success, and so he's obviously moved over to the Paradox team, and that's kind of left them with a bit of a hole in the roster. So Streety comes in. I haven't really seen much from him at all, and obviously Nexar coming in as well to sort of help out the squad. I think you've still got a really good core through there with Slimy, Mont, and Dance. I'm a big fan of Slimy. I think he's definitely a bit of an up-and-comer, so I'll be keeping an eye on him. And I think that this team does have a recipe for success, but losing TJP is, I think, a pretty big blow.
Yeah, I don't mind Nexar. He's been a solid rifler on a couple of teams for quite a while. Like I said, less familiar with Streety, although I know he's been kicking around the scene for a little bit. And then you've still got that Kanga core there. I think Slimy is kind of the crown jewel of a roster like this. He needs to probably come up pretty big, pretty consistently with that AWP if they're going to have success. But this is a roster with a ton of experience between Mont and Dance. I mean, that's so many years of competitive CS experience, and those guys know how to play CS in and out, and all they need to do is just be able to make the whole roster be able to function as a whole and put the pieces together, so to speak. But is it going to be a little bit too hard to do that against DGG, given how good a lot of those players are and how recently they've been in form? I'm probably going to say yes, but it doesn't mean that they can't advance through this play-in stage anyway, given the other teams in the group.
I think it's a very interesting conversation, but we'll hold it for the moment. Let's touch on our head-to-head here for the two teams and highlight a couple of players. I've gone with Versa on the DGG side, just because I think he's got a really interesting storyline in that, you know, he was kind of the leftover of that Paradox roster that kind of just broke apart and died, and he was sort of, I mean, I felt like he was the only one that really indicated that he wanted to keep playing. Everyone else sort of said, yep, I'm done. We know Luke obviously ended up on order as a stand-in, but I felt like Versa was the kind of guy that definitely deserved to be in a solid roster, so I'm quite glad to see that he's been able to sort of find his feet here in DGG, and I hope that goes well for him. And on the side of Kanga, Slimy coming in, like I said, I think he's just a really exciting prospect with the AWP. He's been, I don't know if he was like the best performer on the Kanga roster in the last season of ANZ Champs. I think that might have been TJP, but he certainly was up there in the top two. He was one of the two that really sort of, to me, kind of stood out. So I'm definitely expecting him to come up big in this new sort of roster that they've put together.
Sure, and I think having a good AWPer is, especially at this kind of a level, can be super, super impactful, because you can basically just shut down whole rounds by yourself. You get that AWP rolling, and you can have massive impact on the server and just be able to play your game and kind of dictate how things go. So as for DGG, I'm not sure that he's going to give them an absolute ton of issues. Maybe if they're a little bit looser, they don't have the depth of the map pool, he'll be given a couple more opportunities than a more structured team might give him. And also, it's worth mentioning that DGG, there's no clear primary AWPer. You do have a couple of lads who don't mind picking it up from time to time, but they don't have someone who's got some incredible tenure with the AWP, and it's like their comfort zone compared to Slimy. So the AWP matchup could be in favor of Kanga if he's able to get himself in his top form.
We need to think about vetoes here as well, Pilski, before we get into the first map. And I suppose it's time to say, well, let's see what we're going to get from this one. Nuke is the pick for DGG, which is an interesting one, given that this is still a fairly new roster. Kanga has opted for Mirage. I believe that was one of their go-tos last season as well. And Dust 2 remaining in the pool. Again, not a huge surprise. I think, again, looking at that one as far as Kanga's concerned, if we do get to Dust 2, I've seen them a little bit on that map. I know that that's a bit of an AWPer's playground, so it could be something to be said there for them. But what do you reckon about this pick from DGG on Nuke? I mean, it's one of those interesting ones, isn't it? Where if they are a newer roster, have they really got the fundamentals? Have they got that all sorted out? Do they know what they're doing here on Nuke, or is this going to be a bit of a curveball?
No, I think they know what they're doing. I think, you know, when you step down a couple of levels, yeah, Nuke might be a little bit of a pick that's a little bit more like question marky, especially for a bit of a mixed team. But I think for a team like DGG, the players on this roster all come from teams that are happy to play Nuke or are comfortable playing Nuke. You know, you're talking about your Vertexes, you're talking about Paradox, or even Zeph coming on like Order or something like that. these guys all know fundamentally how to play this map, and they've probably all got a lot of competitive reps on it. So they understand the flow of the map. They understand all the utility. They understand the win conditions. And I think they're not going to have too many issues playing on it. I can't remember if we saw Kanga play too much Nuke. I think, most of the games that I remember them was more sort of your Mirages, a lot of Mirage from them for sure. Even your Dust 2s, more sort of middle of the map pool. Do you remember them playing much else?
I don't think that they played a huge amount of Nuke, at least not in the games that we watched. I am having a quick look back at their history here, and I mean, I'm seeing it a little bit in ESEA Premier and stuff like that, but the results, quite frankly, are maybe a little bit lacking. I guess that a loss against Paradox and LFO, you probably say, okay, fair enough. But there's a couple of losses here that are sort of raising a little bit of an eye to me. So I don't know. Maybe it's going to be a bit of an awkward one here for Kanga. I think they're going to be a lot more comfortable on the likes of Mirage, and if they can push it through to Dust 2 as well. Like I said, I mean, I think we did see a bit of Dust 2 from them as well last year. So I'd be a little bit happier with the second half of the map pool here for Kanga. I'm not necessarily holding too much in the stead for Nuke when it comes to that first map. But again, I want to sort of bring it back to that conversation you were having a little bit earlier with regard to where you actually see this series going as a whole. I mean, I feel like you're leaning a little bit further toward the DGG side than I was. Like, I feel like I've got a little bit more of a faith in Kanga than what you do. But it seems like, again, and you can correct me if I'm wrong with this assumption, but it seemed like you were kind of like thinking, okay, DGG probably should get this one done pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I think they will, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a 2-0 in like two kind of 16-10 kind of score lines. That's the vibes I'm getting. I think DGG, look, it's always hard to get a bit of a read. We're heading into a new year. I don't have a super, super good idea of how active some of these players are. Not only just in terms of whether they practice a lot as a team, but also in terms of how many games are they putting into things like FPL and whatnot. So yeah, look, I think just based off what I saw last year from a lot of these players, I'd be leaning on DGG. I just believe in all of the individuals. They're pretty high performers across the board. They've got some great experience behind them. And at least for Kanga, you saw some promising signs from them last year, but I'm not sold yet. I think you need to see them do pretty well in a tournament like this, and there's a couple of the other tournaments as well for me to sort of buy in a little bit more.
All right, I guess that's an opportunity that they've got tonight. Maybe they can impress you in our first map of Nuke and the rest of the series as well. We'll take a short break before we jump into the series, but don't go too far away. We'll be getting into our first map in just a sec.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
G'day, welcome back. It's LPL Pro CSGO, and we are, well, still getting underway with our second series. It's going to be Kanga, Esports, and DGG. We're starting pretty shortly. Pilski, give me your quick and dirty rundown of where you reckon this series is going to go.
I think DGG is going to win. Just too much quality on the roster and too many players that have done a good bit of damage in a lot of domestic competitions like this. But Kanga showed us some promise last year. A couple of roster changes. Let's see if they're going to be well prepared enough to do some damage in this series and in the tournament as a whole.
All right, well, let's jump into Nuke then, Pilski, and see how this one is going to shape up. Will it be DGG, or can Kanga with this new, I don't know, and maybe could potentially say improved, or could be the opposite, roster, be able to pull something off in this series? I guess we'll have to wait and see. And I think that's the beauty of the early year kind of games in Counter-Strike, is getting a bit of a feel for how everything's going to shape up for 2022. You know, is this DGG roster really going to be a promising prospect. Is Kanga going to come through with some of the same gusto that they had in previous years? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. One little bit of info that I neglected to mention, though, Pilsky, is that I believe Kanga have got a super special coach coming in today.
Oh.
MC might be tipping the balances. Do you reckon that helps?
You didn't give me that info when you told me who's playing tonight, so that might definitely tip the scales. We'll see if he's gives them some good insight. Obviously watches a lot of Pro CS, and that's started okay for Kanga, a 1-for-1. They got this player over here towards the aircon unit trying to fight his way out of a bad situation, and that's a nice raw adjustment out of Streety. See if he can take a couple more hits off like that.
Yeah, that was a nasty flick from Streety. Missy's got absolutely no idea where he's getting shot from by the looks of things. He's eventually cottoned onto it and gotten safe. Somehow Streety is just being given so many opportunities, isn't he, to just tap away at heads. And here's another one. This will go the way of Zeph, though, who's just a little bit sharper. Now it's time for Monk to have a bit of a crack, and slowly but surely he's chipping away at some damage. We'll have to get safe, but Dan's half a second too late. Will allow DGG down toward the B bomb site.
Yeah, calling the audible, trying to make that rotation down there. Dan's going quite loud down the vent side. Gum's trying to keep him off of the site so that the bomb can go down, and at least for the time being, the T's getting comfortable, trying to put themselves in a post plant towards windows.
Oh, Mon, close range. Doesn't quite manage to get the headshot onto Zeph, so he'll fall. He was low HP, but at the very least, he's put Zeph down to 11. If Dan's could have cleaned up one, he'll probably have a pretty easy job of getting rid of Zeph as well, although he's got absolutely no idea where Zeph is, and in the end, does not even see him. Bit of a masterful pistol round there from Zeph in the end, 4 kills.
I'm pretty sure on ANZ chance we saw Muzzy with Mizzy. Why did I say Muzzy? Mizzy with that exact same cardigan on. So I'm not sure if he's changed since last year.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's got 2 of them.
Maybe. Never know.
A couple of flashes here for Streety. What is he going to get done with those? A bit of damage actually going through there on Diversa. But inevitably, it looks like the damage has been dealt, and Slimy can't get much more done. So only the 1 gun lost for DGG. Definitely a more than acceptable outcome. I like Gump's setup. I don't know where he's actually playing, but it looks like he's playing in a closet, basically.
Maybe he is. Maybe that's what peak performance looks like, Jordan, and you just don't like it. So we head
I said I like it. Why are you throwing me under the bus?
Sorry. Pretty important gun round. Couple of Mac 10s coming out here. We've got some head armorless players on Kanga, but for the most part, a lot of the boys with head armor, DGG, trying to hit this timing into upper here. Haven't really explored outside too much.
Well, Zeph's going to open the account quite nicely with a headshot onto Dan's. It's really Nexa and Streety trying to defend that A-bomb site, but I don't think they're going to have a fun time of doing it. Volley into the vent, keeps Streety at bay. And it seems like Kanga, I mean, at this point, you almost feel like the best option is just to save.
Yeah.
You know, like you're completely locked out at the bomb site. You don't really have the util for the retake here. Mizzy's already on the hunt as well with that Mac 10, and he might get a bit of work done. Wow, that's bad news for Kanga. Another gun out of the picture.
Not easy to make the Mac 10 look like that. Winning duels with rifles at that range.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he's on the headshot angle. Look out. Run, Nexa. Oh, never mind. Bit of a reverse there. Reverse Uno card. Oh, he's actually tapping away on this headshot line towards the forklift. A lot of guns being dropped over by DGG. Versa goes down to the bomb as well. That could have been 5 players surviving. They've traded 3 guns for 1, which is not too bad. Kanga here. Oh, they could drop over a few guns, reinvest. And it's not too bad of a buy, all things considered. But DGG, I mean, it's just a simple round on a really nice timing. You know, you wait for the Molotov, you wait for that initial util. Good flashbang timing in towards upper and a clean entry. That's all you need sometimes.
See what DGG can get done this time. I mean, Kanga hasn't put together a bad buy. No AWP yet for Slimy. That's going to be a big piece of the puzzle for them tonight. Bit of a more reserved approach this time from DGG. And this is not really something we saw in our previous series at all, is it? I think, you know, getting 30, 40 seconds into a round and not seeing a kill is a little bit of an anomaly so far this evening.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of an unbalanced group, for sure. The initial matchups are kind of the two underdog teams going up against the two more known quantities, one of which being Nexar. Great timing on outside to disrupt this push, see if he can win the duel onto his former teammate there, but he'll just take one and fade away into the L smokes. A man advantage now for Kanga.
That said, Mizzy has managed to get his way down into Secret. So that'll be a little pressure put onto the B bomb site. Mont's kind of keeping an eye on things. Has let the ramp room look a little bit more open though. And that'll result in a 1-for-1 trade. So you can see DGG starting to get a bit of map control here, even despite the fact that they've got a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah.
It's keeping Kanga thinking.
Mont, you can see him communicating all of this info. Garden model almost catches him with Mizzy coming out the doors there, but he's got a lot of damage done and he's got a lot of information for his team. Bomb goes down on the site from your Wombat, but Gump probably has to go huge from Windows if DGG is going to take this round.
Wombat has managed to get a pretty good position here, but he can't win the duel against Dan, so you are correct. It is going to have to be Gump from Windows to pull off something pretty special. Hasn't been mollied off on already a good shot onto Streety. He's gambling that that defuse is not going to continue, and in the end, he looks like he's going to be correct, but overall, the round will be the first on the board for Kanga. 3-1. Nice start from Nexar.
Saw him getting set up in the pole position there. So many big clutches have happened from that window room, from the stairs. Players just going up and down there. Decent damage onto that CT economy. It's going to bankrupt them to chop a couple guns over. And with DGG winning a pretty clean gun round in the previous and getting multiple plants in here, they're going to be able to put together another buy. So already early on, both teams have a potential opportunity to break the money and take a few extra steps forward. And if that's DGG, you're seeing them probably go up to 5 rounds early on in this T half. It's going to be worrying signs for Kanga.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, again, just a pretty reserved approach to the round from DGG. Going to get the outer smokes lined up here for them.
See how they approach this. Fair few players on outside here, and it's the L smokes which gives them the freedom to walk towards warehouse side or annex and apply some pressure over there. This pulls the rotation down the vent from Streety and pulls the CT defenders a little bit thinner, keeping them honest. See DGG only with that one player across the secret, so I think it's just going to be this annex push in towards upper with the pop flash onto the line.
Looks like it's going relatively well for DGG. The player on the side itself has been dealt with. Next will be forced away by that Molotov as well, and I'm a little bit concerned at the ease in which DGG is getting onto this A bomb site.
This is what I was talking about. The new pick, you can see on an individual basis, but also on a team-wide basis, DGG just have a really good read of how to work the map. All of the individuals just being able to pick these CT rotates so beautifully. Mizzy over in warehouse, setting up the boys for that annex split, and then just able to play as a bit of contingency plan, catching those rotates, taking more guns off of the CTs. And after all said and done, DGG, a clean sweep in that round. 5 players surviving, now heading into an anti-eco. It's the dream scenario here on Nuke.
Yeah, it's not looking too crash hot for Kanga, is it? Money's pretty unfortunate. Streety's going to just try and get a little bit aggressive into Hut, but it doesn't really look like it's going to result in too much. And, you know, again, DGG are just doing what they have been throughout the early stages of these rounds, taking a bit of control on outers. This time it's a bit of a different approach from them. No smokes, no util, but still getting the job done. And Wombat just waiting patiently in lobby to see whether or not there was going to be any sort of shenanigans. And indeed there will be. He's going to need a bit of backup, but Versa has the cross. And DGG are kind of making this one look really clean.
Yeah. Was definitely some opportunities for the Deagles to come in with some damage, but you can see as soon as the players get tagged up, get dinked, they're playing off the other players who are a little bit healthier and able to keep a lot of guns up, and that's going to have a great effect on their economy. 5+ K on all of the players. The T's have got plenty of buy rounds in the back pocket. You can even see Zeph IRL a little bit wiser with the spending as Sticky taped up his headset. So in and out of the server. Great decisions being made in terms of the money. Kanga now, they got the AWP in Slimy's hands. So now his opportunity to kind of AWP diff the server with no one on the AWP on the other side.
Well, I have spoken him up a couple of times already. So hopefully he's going to give us a good reason as to why that has occurred. Next up, and Streety. What is going on here?
Yeah. That's kind of uncharacteristic from Zeph, and Streety is getting away with absolute murder here. Bit of a serial killer.
No, don't go through the smoke.
Oh no, that's.
I think he just got a bit overzealous there. He got a little bit excited. You know, the blood was rushing through the veins.
Those are the guns that thrown away make a bit of a difference, and you can see Mizzy. His crosshair placement right now and his awareness is just superb right now.
He's on a bit of a tear.
Yeah, he's preempting all of the opponent's peaks. He's able to work the rotations reasonably well, but walks into the AWP. But you could see it. If they just gave him one more opportunity, I'm banking on him hitting that shot.
Yeah, I agree. If Mont just sort of swings out from secret, he might have been a dead man. Could have been a little bit of a better round there for Kanga in the end, but still 3 guns through. It's very, very good. Get the money back in the coffers just a little bit. Has depleted that of DGG somewhat, but they still have plenty as well. So it's going to be a real uphill battle here for the CT side in ensuring that they can at least get some rounds in the first half.
Haven't started off too badly picking up that last round. They've been losing the opening pick a couple of times, though, so far this game. So it'd be good to see them start off well. Zeph on the AWP, being put onto the line, waiting for Mont to potentially overpeak. Look for some information over towards Radio Room, but he's staying disciplined. DGG creeping up in towards Ramp Room here. Could give Mont a pick on this off angle, but with the Molotov and the flash being put into the correct positions, he's actually just burning alive, down to 20. Mont's
still in a good spot, though. He might just catch Versa off guard. Did he spot him, or was that a 4x3?
No.
I think he did not spot him in the end. And I'm pretty sure Streety might have just started taking the silencer off his gun. So that's not a very fortunate turn of events, and it's going to leave it onto Slimy with the AWP to try and A, maybe win this 1v3, but B, probably just try and save the AWP.
I mean, this can be the plight of being an AWPer on Nuke is sometimes the rounds unfold and you never get involved in the action. He's going to try and go for this one, though, playing over towards windows, but he opens the doors straight into Versus. Not so warm embrace. That's going to break the CT money right after they pick themselves up around to DGG. Still cruising ahead, still keeping their guns up. They're up 6-2. Money's still fantastic into another anti-eco. Kanga are going to take a tactical and have a chat about things because it's going to take a pretty big effort for them to make this more of a competitive half from this position.
Well, see what the wise words are going to do. Maybe not a lot. Could still turn this half around, though. I mean, I think there's every opportunity there for sure. 2-6. It's not run away with just yet. I mean, DGG are definitely in the process of doing that. But if you can peg this back, I mean, yeah, sure, 7 rounds in a row. It seems like an unrealistic prospect, especially with the bye. But, you know, you can get this back to maybe like 8-7 or maybe get 6 on the board here for Kanga. At least you've got something to play with in that second half.
Dan's just trying to see if he can abuse the 5-7 at its optimal range, but he's just not being given any opportunities. And I feel like DGG, if they even did want to go in towards hut side, they'd probably just be layering in the utility, trying to keep the pistols at arm's length. It's a pretty no-nonsense approach to the anti-eco right now.
Which is what you'd want to see.
Yeah, I think I'm really liking this DGG roster. Like, I don't know how, like I said, I don't know what, like, the goals of this team are, how much practice they put in, but you can see the structure.
Well, I mean, if the game continues the way that it has so far, we might get the opportunity to have a bit of a chat with them at the end of this evening. Get the answer to those questions. Nice little kill there for Streety. He's been a bit of a menace around Annex. Got himself an AK, so with that, a hope in the round for Kanga.
Potentially so. Working their way in towards Annex RGGG though, but still, like you said, I hope for Kanga. They got a couple of players in some decent positions. They got an AK in Streety's hands.
And he's going to be able to strike with it. But Streety definitely in the position to make the difference in this round. He's got himself an AWP now. Oh my goodness. Some fancy footwork. And in the end, he's actually perhaps won the round. The bomb. Bond's going to deny the plant, but he's going to drop. In fact, he didn't even deny the plant. So DGG will still win the round, but that was a bit too close for comfort.
For sure. Good patience from Kanga. Just forcing the teams to be able to try to go for that win condition in terms of the plant. And putting them in an uncomfortable position, trying to disrupt them before they make their way over to the site and trying to abuse the time. Slimy, hands back on the AWP. We need to see him get involved in the action before it's the mid to late rounds. Hasn't had enough opportunities to give Kanga those opening picks. There you go, though. I don't know whether that was through door or hut, but that's a massive opening pick.
Just the kind of thing that Kanga needs. Time is starting to dissipate for Kanga, though. They really need to get it done kind of from now. If they're not winning, you know, almost 90% of the rounds from this point onwards, then they're not really doing enough to put their best foot forward on Nuke. It's a 3-on-3, so for DGG, given the way that this round started, they're probably pretty happy with that. Gonna group themselves back up in lobby.
Got plenty of util. Get the molly actually onto the site, so not even in towards reverse vent. DGG throwing Kanga for a little bit of a loop. They're actually calling the audible, going straight over through ramp room. This is often how you see some of these 3v3s get played. You know that the CTs can't cover everything on Nuke, so you just try to pull the rotations apart. But Mont could make the difference if he holds onto windows. That's a massive kill to get.
It was always going to be a big fight, wasn't it? If Versa wins that, it's probably DGG's round, but now there's still a lot of work to be done. Zeph knows he has to plant the bomb. There's not a lot of time left on the clock, and he spotted Dan's out as well in decon, but Dan shoots better. Now it's on to your Wombat once again. This time in a one-on-one. Smoke's going to go down. Slimy with the USP gets it done.
What is that? You don't without the sidearm there so often, Jordan. You just triple dinks him or double dinks him?
Just cleans him up.
That's not easy to do, mate. Bloody hell. That's what it takes Kanga to get around, though. The opening pick goes to Slimy through smoke and wallbang. And Streety on the front foot in towards lobby there just gives it straight back to DGG. Like, I think they just need to rely on the AWP win condition and just play by the numbers Counter-Strike. Because I feel like if things get murky in the mid-round, DGG wins those kind of situations every single time. The individual skill on this roster is just a bit too much to handle, I think.
Oh, bit of a risky fight to be taking this one. And Nexar opts to just avoid it. Reasonable decision.
Oh, almost like a Paradox-esque approach from DGG here. Sitting in lobby, waiting for an over-aggression, waiting for someone to give them an angle. That's been Dance. Opening pick gets punished here for DGG. And after finding that pick towards lobby, they're going to start to scale in towards ramp room. Mod's going to hear a lot of these footsteps.
He's going to hear and perhaps see a lot of what's going on as well. He does manage to get a couple of quick, important kills. That might be enough to win the round for Kanga. Zeph has some other ideas as he works his way into control room, but he can't. Managed to land a frag. So, back to 2-on-3. Bombplant has gone down, but Mizzy's kind of solo on the B site right now. Gump's working his way through the vent. Could still drop here, but he's sharp enough to get that one done, and now it's just in the hands of Mizzy. Ball's going to open. He's clean, quick on that first frag. Slimy missed a shot, but that doesn't open the opportunity up for DGG in the end, and Kanga get another round.
Scraping their way through these rounds. And with the bomb plant, still enough for DGG to invest. Only Zeph kind of lacking behind in terms of the funds due to some of those AWP investments. Kangan know that this is an important round for them to be taking away. They could reset the T-side economy, particularly if there's no plant. And at that point, they're looking at a much more serviceable half. So they're going to take attack timeout. They know that this is an important one to put across the line, and it's going to make the half a lot more manageable for them as they move onto their own T side.
Attack ball's coming through from Kanga is going to be another one that hopefully gets put to good use. 4 and 7. I mean, they're starting to put together the half. You know what I mean? Like I sort of said, if they can get to 6, they can get to 7, then they haven't done such a shabby job given the way that it started off. The last couple of rounds have been pretty clean for Kanga, pretty decent. Molotov to go down, but Mizzy's going to definitely avoid that one, and so will the rest of DGG, by the looks of things, get down into secret in relative safety.
Yeah, still a lot of util in play for both teams. DGG, it's all about taking the important parts of the maps here. Holding on to vents and windows. It's going to make it a lot harder for the CTs to complete this retake. They're taking a long time getting into the site here. A lot of good util here for DGG to hold on to the lowest site.
That's a good shot from Mont to start things off, and DGG, they seem to be crumbling a little bit here. Mizzy can't get it done either. Mont with a 3k for the round. DGG would still love to get a couple of frags here, though. Maybe the round isn't winnable in a 4-on-2, but you take another 2 or 3 of these guns away, and it continues to put that pressure on Kanga.
Yeah, they're starting to put a bit of a recovery together. Next up, knows that ramp is dirty. He's keeping an eye on a Gump's trying to edge his way in through elbow side, but with only 30 seconds on the clock and the bomb still down in lowers, does really look like the T's are kind of angling for those exits more so than committing to the round.
Well, that's exactly the way that Kanga wants that round to finish off.
Yeah.
Look at the money now.
Tack. Yeah, they take the tack, they compose themselves, and they're able to come away with a really convincing round. 4 players surviving. They've stabilized their economy. Now they go into the anti-eco, and all of a sudden, this is looking like a much better half than what started for Kanga. It was 5-1, I think it was, for DGG, with much better economy than their opponents, but Kanga have made all the adjustments that have been needed. As soon as Slimy's been getting on that orb, the other boys have been stepping up around him, and they're making this look a lot more competitive.
That said, one round could really make a big difference here for DGG. I mean, they've got the Eagles in their hands, and next are lucky that that one's gone through a wall. He's able to survive and get himself a couple, but still Missy's on the prowl. He's going to find his man, and with that, an AK as well.
Punch is a little bit too much to handle for him. Kanga really want to survive with 3 or 4 players up at this point in the half. Still sitting around 3-4k. Don't want to be reset with only 2 rounds of play left after this anti-eco.
Yeah, I think DGG's got a bit of thinking to do now, don't they? Because Kanga
not
have
sure.
really shown some tenacity.
I think it's going to depend on Kanga's T side, right? Like I don't know how much nuke we've seen them play, but DGG they look relatively comfortable. You know, they're not playing anything crazy in depth or anything. They're relying on the fundamentals, but it's very clear they're quite comfortable individually on this map. So moving on to the T side for Kanga, that's where we're going to have to see whether they've got the structure they need to fight for this game of nuke. The kill in the vent would actually give Gump entry into the upper site, but obviously he doesn't have perfect information. So he's going to go lowers instead and lose his life.
Looks like some pretty serious business going on in the Kanga camp right now. A couple of rounds left in the half, and I mean, it's still technically achievable for Kanga to come away with the lead out of the first half.
Particularly if they take this round, and there's no plant for DGG.
Yeah.
This is going to be a quick one straight out door, though, Jordan. Most likely, unless the smoke is going to slow them down.
Does seem like Kanga's got the players in the positions that they need to really deal with this. Streety obviously watching that door, and Dans can come to take the fight once contact is made.
They cancel. The smokes have been layered well enough for Kanga to stop that push ever coming out. So DGG are going to plan B out of smokes. See how much they commit to that, if at all, because Nexus actually on that outside line. So if nobody commits down lower, he's going to be able to read that. And this is just great info for Kanga. They know that there's absolutely no one at outers, and therefore they can just keep multiple players in upper here.
Streety's in the perfect spot to deal with this as well. The flash actually does catch him, but he still gets a frag through it. Now it's on to Dans, who's rotated over to back vent. Still, Zeph gets the 2-player entry. Somehow that's worked out for DGG. It looked like the perfect scenario, the perfect setup for Kanga, but DGG pull out a bit of magic. And now Kanga have, unfortunately, had to call it quits in the round and decide to save.
I think that's just down to that lack of protocols and fundamentals, whether that's down to the Kanga lineup itself or just lack of familiarity playing the map. Like I said, they had perfect information. If they just know how to use their grenades in that scenario, they had plenty of detail and know how to play the round from there, then they shut that down every day of the week. But you know, often at the top level, you'll see the disruptive utility used. They used a lot of smokes at door, but even just a molly outside of hut or a smoke outside of hut could have made a big difference for the CTs there.
Here we go. The win prediction tracker seems to be leaning on Kanga at the moment. 54 to 46. Oh, never mind. Live update. We've gone back the way of DGG.
Yeah,
so
it's just because you said that, Jordan.
Yeah, it's just trolled me. I believe that the tracker sort of trails a little bit in terms of like it's got like a 30-second delay on what the live score is. So that might have been that coming through. Streety, he will line a couple up and can't quite get the third, but Dans is there to mop up the scraps. And DGG, well, I don't think they're going to be getting their 9th round at the end of this half. Kanga fights hard and brings it back to 7, which, you know, by rights, I got to say, is actually a pretty good result.
Yeah, heads up play there from Streety. That's what he was trying to do at door previously. He's kind of got the right idea. Like, he's trying to stop the Eggsy before it scales and just shut them down in the choke point. And that time it works out and he multi-frags. So, comes up big for Kanga there. And that's a great resurgence. And unsung hero, especially towards those last couple of rounds, is definitely Nexar. Because you could see on an individual basis, he kind of recognized that DGG those last few rounds wasn't using outside. And he saw him just getting all the info. Even that last round, he's pushed right up onto silo.
Streety starts off the pistol round quite nicely. Got to say, he's had a pretty decent start to the season. See what Slimy can do here as well with that P250 in hand. Versa quite eager to take that challenge, and I guess there's a reason why, because he's pretty sharp. I suppose he knows he needs to kind of try and peg a kill or two back. In the meanwhile, it just doesn't seem like that's going to matter. Nexar and Streety combine and finish things off. Kanga's up to 8. 8 apiece now.
Yeah, T-Pistol definitely will help you out if you don't have a really deep playbook on Nuke T side. But with this close of a scoreline, you know, both of these teams are going to need to be well drilled to close this game out. Getting a buy up here for DGG. Tabas actually dropped over to Mizzy there. So big investment in. Steph's been given a scout, and I think he's going to be the AWPer for the team because he's holding over an extra 700 for round number 4, should this buy not go well. Kanga trying to work out what they're playing against. And that's a great opener from Slimy, taking the scout off the field.
I was going to say, I think Zeph was picking up the AWP role in that Chiefs roster that he was on for a little bit as well. So I suppose that probably makes sense. Decent start for Kanga in the round, and that means obviously now the rest of the round is going to get a little bit easier for them. Just taking that slow creep throughout it. Gump looks like he's going to be there to meet the challenge. But perhaps that's not going to be where the majority of the fighting is going to happen. Dan's doubles down. That's good enough. Now Gump might have been, if he would have hit the head on that first, a chance to get another.
Old Deagle, that's 2k.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
Takes three bullets to clean up at that heaven angle. But yeah, old Deeg spam, that's a 2k every day of the week. That's a round probably from there.
Well, first time in the map that Kanga has actually had the lead. DGG are on the pistols as well, so it's probably going to be a lead of a couple of rounds by the time that DGG actually starts to get to have a crack at this second half.
Yeah, we'll see how the anti-eco goes, if they can hold on to all the weaponries. 3D probably going to be the money man here for Kanga, trying to work out what's going on, and exactly that. Man's deep straight into uppers, knows that the site's completely clear, and he's going to be able to inform the decision-making of Kanga. Exactly what you want your money man to do.
It's a little bit unfortunate that the AK is going to go over to DGG. Wombat would probably be quite happy to take that through to the next round. Streety might have other ideas. Mac 10, not quite the laser beam that we saw from it earlier on in this map. Wombat puts Streety down.
Damage. Just 3 guns taken away there. 1 Mac 10 and a couple of AKs. An AK given over to Wombat. Mizzy, we'll see if he holds on to the Mac 10, but overall, good exits out of DGG. They're going to be quite happy with that. Keeping Kanga's economy honest, and now they go into their first buy here. Like I said, it's going to be that round 4 buy, so not the 4 to 4.5k buy that we saw earlier, but full utility. AWP gets cracked on out.
No T-side AWP. Not required, apparently. We're going to go quick into that A bomb side, and that has worked out nicely. Double kill. Mizzy did chime back in, but inevitably not quite enough. Kanga have the numbers advantage, and Slimy's going to be able to get that molly up in onto heaven. Hasn't quite landed. So a second attempt, and that's going to force Zeph up the ladder into the waiting crosshair of Quant.
Really nice timing coming out there from Kanga, ripping their way straight out the door. Got some great entries, and we're even able to get that trade on the third player trying to flood through the annex smoke. So early on, even in some of those rounds, it's hard to find those timings where the util is quite healthy for the CT side. But they were still able to do it. That's a really good way to put away the first gun round of the opposing team. See how DGG plays this one. They could have a think about investing here. Drop 1 gun over, Wombat can get an AWP. It's definitely the kind of round where you could put a buy together if you're feeling like it. And they will indeed. So down to the MP9. AWP goes to Zeph, and the rest of the boys with rifles across the board. So pretty good util, 2 kits. See how it goes for them. They're still going to have to win 2 or 3 gun rounds back to back to break Kanga's money.
Zeph's glass cannoning, so there is that to bear in mind. This isn't necessarily must-win territory just yet for DGG, but it's kind of getting to the point. They drop another round here, money's going to be quite low again, and we're up to 12-8, probably 13-8, and then it's starting to look pretty difficult for DGG to come back into this map.
It's the 1-4 from Kanga right now. 1 player probing outside. As you're going to see Kanga, after applying a little bit of pressure in lobbies, spamming away, they're going to go back to the fundamentals of the outside smokes. See how much they commit to that. You had Slimy probing outside, knows that there's no player close in towards CT. Zeph creeping up on the line is given an absolute freebie by Dan's caught with his pants down, and even takes the second line. That's connect on that opportunity, but the utility's going to stop Kanga in their tracks, and they might even lose that duel on outside. This is going great for the CTs.
Yeah, just when you think Kanga has the opportunity to really sink the boot in, DGG look like they'll bounce back. On to next, I try to creep onto the A-bomb side, but Versa is all over at MP9. At this kind of range, it's going to be good. And Mizzy and Wombat help him out, so DGG get an important round on the board.
5 alive. It's great recovery. Great value for what they invested in that round. You know, that was coming off the back of that full loss bonus kind of situation. They took that round 4 bye. And the benefits of that are the fact that you build up so much loss bonus, but also after you invest, you sometimes have even a bit of extra money in the back pocket to put multiple buys together to get a couple of kills as well. So they've really reaped the rewards of that. Kanga now economically quite broke. Not a lot of loss bonus to lean back on. Getting these L smokes coming out. Mizzy communicating all of that. Trying to listen for the footsteps. See if he can catch any of the T slipping. As you see, a big shift in the rotations from a lot of these CTs.
Nexa's going to hang around on upper. He recognizes there's not enough time for those smokes to get past. So you got a couple of players down in secret. Not so much of a response just yet from DGG to that, although I guess Gump is watching. So onus is really going to be on him to stop this offensive. Mizzy finds the timing onto Nexa. Second time in as many rounds as DGG's been able to find a bit of a freebie early on in the round, and that's really being put to great use because now, again, 5 on 3. Kanga, they're going to be doing it tough now, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. Slimy's got to dig him out of a bad situation here. He's going to find the first onto Mizzy, trying to get up on top of Unbreakable. But caught in the back by Gump. That's the bomb drop. Dance flashed off on towards door side. This is looking like a reset from DGG and a great resurgence to put themselves on double digits. How many guns will they take through the two-man setup? Taking contact on the side. Should have been a done deal. Dan's still able to pull one to the grave with him, but the money is well and truly cooked for Kanga.
They were teetering on the precipice of a map win 2 rounds ago, Kanga, and now it seems like DGG might be the team in the pole position to bring this one back. Money's low. Kanga's going to have to take a save. It'll be a tactical timeout for DGG, though.
They recognize the position that they're in. These are the winning positions. 10-11. You've got the economy to your back on the CT side of Nuke. And I think from those couple of T-side gun rounds, you know, outside of hitting a really nice timing into upper, I'm not sure I've seen Kanga look as comfortable with the timings here on Nuke as DGG. You could even see it from that round, a little bit disjointed. They throw out the L smokes, they go down into lower, but it's not really clear that they have a very well-drilled plan from there, you know. Definitely wasn't as clean as what we saw from DGG. So DGG, after this attack, they know if they just get a clean anti-eco here, this map is theirs on a silver platter.
Easier said than done, maybe. Gump will chuck that incendiary behind him just in time to get into the B site to safety. Has given Kanga control of the ramp room. But Zeph with the AWP, Mizzy with the M4 seem like more than enough to deal with it. And that's a quick one again.
Clean.
A little bit of a cheeky smile from Zeph there as well, I saw on the player cam.
It's been very emotive on the player cam. Oh, that's cute. Mizzy hits a nice little hop through the windows. Just a couple of very quick shots from Zeph on the AWP. Seems quite comfortable. He's always been mechanically a very, very strong player. And regardless of how active he is, I don't think it's a big issue, you know? He's not the kind of player I feel that needs to DM a whole lot to keep that same level of sharpness, and he's going to be, again, the main man to take contact on the offensive. Streety was ready for it, but doesn't hit a headshot. That's going to give Kanga a man disadvantage now with only lobby control. How do they turn around this 4-on-5? It's surely got to be an uppers timing here. They've only got 3 smokes to work with, so look, they could try to go for outer smokes and work the map a little bit, but I don't know. Almost feel like just hitting the small site or taking some map control, keeping things a bit simpler rather than trying to stretch things out a little bit.
Just going to run the clock down a little bit, aren't they? But not really going to be given anything by DGG. No need to. And Zeph shooting fish in a barrel at the moment. Won't connect that one onto Dan's, although it did look mighty close. He's done more than enough in the round to win it for DGG. Gump has to come through and clean up the last couple. Not really quite able to do that, so some of the money being pulled out of the hands of the CT side, courtesy of Nexar.
He picks up the bomb. Got to get across this Windows angle though, and Wombat playing that off angle. Safe as can be. DGG up 12-11. They reset that T-side economy yet again, and their money is out of control now. This is going to have to be so many T-side gun rounds won in a row for Kanga to keep this map competitive and reset the CT money. Very difficult prospect indeed, and like I said, I'm just not really feeling it on this T-side. They seem very hesitant. The pieces are just not really coming together. Doesn't feel like they're in their comfort zone.
It's unfortunate, isn't it? Because this was looking like could have been something for Kanga, but now I'm getting the sense that that has just diminished quite quickly. Momentum has shifted well and truly back over to DGG.
This has been playing quite well.
Yeah. Definitely been solid. I think you can expect that from any of the individuals on this DGG roster, and I think that's the beauty of it.
I think they got a good mix of players as well, to be honest, in terms of roles. Like, you got Wombat and Gump, they can be a bit more supportive and anchory, but you've also got these more aggressive kind of players who aren't too bothered going out and taking some duels. Mizzy's been a little bit aggressive. That's one gun taken over, but nothing to write home about, to be honest.
They need a little bit more here from Mont to really make any sizable kind of a difference, and even if he would have got like another 2, the money's just looking so good for DGG right now that it probably doesn't make that much of an impact anyway.
Yeah, I think Kanga's had kind of one good round in terms of the gun rounds where they hit that really sharp timing out of door, and outside of that, I haven't really been feeling this T-side of nuke, so let's see what they've got for us. A couple of players heading towards outside pretty quickly here.
Very quickly indeed, and Mizzy's caught off on that timing. He did hear Slimy last second, but not quick enough to turn around and deal with it. Now it's kind of on to Zeph. He's good enough to grab one. The A defense begins in earnest, and oh, Zeph can't look down quickly enough to find that kill, but at the very least, they've been able to equalize the numbers after what was a bit of an awkward start for DGG. Gump just finds another timing onto Dan's. So it's on to Streety. New player in the Kanga roster to make a difference in this round. Got the crosshair placement on point there if Zeph was to swing across, but
he's reading the rotations very well. You saw him anticipating the peak from Zeph. Well aware that there's probably a player in towards lobby side here, but he's just not being given the opportunities that he's waiting for. Basically giving DGG enough rope to potentially hang themselves, but not happening at least this time. He's going to go have to look for one of these duels, and that might mean he walks into the line of Zeph.
He's going to have to walk across it at some point, isn't he? Gets the smoke down. Gump will get the job done.
It's good awareness.
14-11.
Good awareness from Streety, but just not the execution. You could tell he knew. He read the positions well. But DGG, as opposed to some of the other teams in the group, not going to give you those opportunities, not going to give you those mistakes.
Attack ball's coming through here for Kanga. Don't see much chatting going on in the cams there, so I have to imagine maybe it's Slimy that's taking the
what about
discussion by
Superstar Coach?
Superstar Coach MC, yeah. I don't know what the rules are in LPL, whether the coach can talk during the pauses or not, but I assume so. I don't know. I wouldn't listen to that guy.
If MC tells me to do a strat, I'm telling him where he needs me to run.
Yeah, confirmed they can talk during tacticals, so
Yeah.
probably was that. Tacticals and halftime. So I guess that's where that, you know, commandeership was coming from. We'll see if it makes a difference. This is not really the round where you'd be expecting it to come from, but a little bit of an investment, you know, Deagle here and there. Some upgraded pistols, armor, util. Wall of smokes on outer for Kanga.
Good one for one, actually. That gets them a rifle in their hands and allows them to start to push in towards lower. You can see they've kind of beat the timing on the CTs, and they've got a little bit of util to make the mid to late round work well for them. Dance, it's a little bit messy, but he's able to catch one of the CT rotators, and Kanga are really putting the pieces together here of a pretty nice half buy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think they've misplaced a couple of them, Pilski. It was looking really good, wasn't it? But now back to the 2-on-3, and you're really relying now on Mont to pick up the pieces and try to run with them. XR gets the timing, but can't find Zeph. If he would have been able to do that, maybe there was a chance. The Molotov will put Mont to bed, and DGG go up to 15.
Yeah,
I mean, you see these moments of potential for Kanga, don't you? But a lot of them are just not sticking at the moment.
I feel like DGG is just a little bit better on an individual basis, but in particular, in the mid to late round, it feels like they have a good read on how to play some of these sketchier situations. That's a lot of CT rounds in a row. 7 in a row.
Yeah.
Like, after pistol and first gun round, Kanga just have not been able to put anything together.
I'm sure they'll be disappointed with that as well, because this was definitely a
that
winnable map
nade.
for them. Mont has started off nicely, though, even despite the nade doing a fairly sizable chunk of damage to Kanga.
Yeah, I think that's a pick in towards ramp room, so losing a ramp player is always going to be difficult, but you see Kanga, they wanted to go for this annex set play, and Mizzy's kind of disrupting it now. Zeph from CT Vent getting a lot of work done, and there's still players on the site. That's it. DGG, they just shut it down, and Kanga, I mean, I was kind of thinking to myself, they picked that ramp player, they could have slowed down, they could have played the map a little bit more, but they already kind of had an idea of what they wanted to do in that round, and unfortunately, they just run into the stack.
Well, that's the learning experience, isn't it? Kanga's still a very fresh team with these new roster changes coming through. I'm sure there's a bit of work to be done in that respect, but I think that was still a pretty reasonable showing from them. You know, 16-11. They make it relatively close, and yeah, we could go back and say, well, I mean, Kanga might have been in a position to actually win that map at one point, and so it is ultimately a little bit disappointing that they're not able to get it closer than what they did. I think in the context of the game from the outset, the players that they're going up against in DGG, you have to say Kanga's put in a pretty good shout there. And the fact that, you know, Nuke has historically not been their map, you know, so we'll be interesting to see what they can get done on Mirage. I think for me, that's where we're going to go and sort of really say, all right, well, if Kanga wants to prove that they can cut the mustard against a team like DGG, then it's going to happen on your own map rather than on your opponents.
Yeah, there just wasn't a T side, unfortunately. Like, they were able to play that game up pretty close, but once they had to go a little bit deeper into the playbook, they just didn't have enough depth there to be able to take it over the line. So that's where, you know, a map like Mirage, I'm going to agree with you, much more in their comfort zone. We've already seen them play a handful of times with this core of players, so let's see them give it a crack.
All right, well, I guess let's send it over to a break as well and have a little bit of a quick one. Don't go too far away, though. Mirage is going to be coming up right after this.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Sweaty boy.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
G'day, welcome back to LPL Pro CSGO. We are jumping into our second map here between a couple of teams that we haven't got a great grasp of just yet. DGG and Kanga. We came into this one, Pilski, you were saying you thought DGG might be the team to beat in this matchup. I was thinking, Kanga, they're not a bad shout. They might have a pretty good crack at this one. And I think, in a way, we were kind of both right, at least so far tonight. We will see whether or not things are going to change on this second map. DGG do get that win relatively comfortably, 16-11. But Kanga, I mean, they put in a pretty good effort there, I thought, on map one.
Yeah, particularly because I don't think I've seen them play Nuke too much before. I feel like it's within the wheelhouse of a lot of the DGG players. That's kind of like their map comfort zone, seeing the cores and the teams that they've often come from. So now that we have Kanga onto Mirage, this is a map that we've seen them play in multiple iterations of their roster. They should be super comfortable playing this map, and we'll see if they can make this a 3-mapper of a series, or whether we can continue the trends of the 2-0s of, maybe one team kind of pushes the other, and then it's a bit more of a foregone conclusion in the second map. You never know.
Any big standouts for you from that first map, in terms of individuals or what you saw from either team? I think, Zeph coming in with that AWP, he definitely had a couple of pretty solid moments. He was probably the most consistent of the bunch for me from DGG, but I know you mentioned Mizzy as well.
Yeah, I think Mizzy is not like the name that's necessarily like top of mind in this roster, but I think he's playing like one of the better players on the team. There's no real weak link, but there's a good sort of balance of aggressive and more sort of passive players. And I think in particular, if Mizzy's going to take it upon himself to be a little bit more aggressive with players like Wombat and Gump in his team that are going to be good to play by the numbers Counter-Strike, to play a little bit safer some of those anchor or more supportive roles, then him being a little bit more on the aggressive end of the scale gives this team a bit more depth. And you've already got Zeph who can do that quite well. Versa, I feel like it depends on the day. He can be either end of the spectrum as well. So I think a good balance of roles on this team, and it fills me with a lot of confidence to watch them going forward. As for Kanga, I mean, yeah, I feel like it was kind of an effort done by committee. No one sort of stood head and shoulders above the rest, and I don't think we saw Slimy get many opportunities to get rolling with the AWP, which is kind of his comfort zone. So
yeah,
I think you can kind of be like that a little bit for an AWP, both CT and T side. If the other team's kind of running you around the map and smoking you off and using their util right and just pushing and pulling the rotations, sometimes you just don't get to shoot the AWP and you play Save Simulator.
I don't know that we really ever even saw the AWP getting pulled out on the T side from memory, but on the CT side in particular for Kanga, I think it just took so long for them to get into that half that by the time, he might have really had a bit of a crack with that AWP, it was kind of like, well, now there's only like 5 rounds left in the half. So what are you really going to do with that? Maybe you're going to have one good round here or there. Mirage is probably going to be a bit of a different scenario in that context, though, with the AWP coming out. I think that's definitely going to play a big part. And to be honest, the way that Zeph was going with the AWP, I'm not sure that it's going to be quite so easy for Slimy to find his inroads into this series.
Yeah, maybe not. I think Zeph mechanically looking super comfortable in that role. So we'll see if he's going to be jumping around the place on Mirage. I think the style that he AWPs, it wouldn't be too bad on Mirage, honestly. He seems like he wants to be quite mobile. He wants to mix up his positioning a lot. You could see him jump onto some of those different angles on the CT side and get aggressive on some of the extremities and find picks. Could even see him jumping out window, to be honest, and just trying to pick the cross that way. Could definitely work out for him. He's got kind of that, he's not really a tracking AWPer so much as he's just playing with that quick flick kind of style with the AWP.
That's the one that's a little bit more exciting to watch, though, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
that's kind of what
not
you
really a
Kaze,
more of like a I wouldn't even say like Danking, to be honest, because he's a bit more tracky.
He's a little bit more chill than Danking as well. Like, let's be real.
Who's that? Kaze?
No, Zeph.
I don't know if I would say that.
Bro,
I would say
yeah.
that he's not as
No,
hungry
come
for
on.
frags. He's not as hungry for frags as Danking, but he is definitely like keen on the very flashy kind of mechanical plays.
But Danking's literally the guy that's going to run down Banana.
Yeah, but I never
CT
see
side.
Danking. I feel like I don't see Danking flick that much. I feel like I see Danking like he just runs at you and like quick scopes you, or he just like takes aggressive angles and then just like does the tracking shots and stuff. I don't know if any AWPer in Asia really has that like quick flicky style anymore.
I feel like Excurate used to, like back in the day. I think that was kind of his thing.
Excurate was definitely that kind of style. You're 100% right. It's that Excurate kind of orbing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like he was a bit of a. I feel like Excurate. I feel like he sort of dropped off a little bit. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if he's kind of back at that level anymore. But there was a period where particularly when he was on Rekka, like even before he went to Tyloo, that was peak Excurate. I don't know that we ever. I guess we did to an extent get Excurate peak in Tyloo for a little bit, but yeah, I don't know what happened after that. I feel like it just sort of it ruined him. Tyloo prison. It's probably ruined a few players. Let's be real. Think about like Zeta's career in CS as well, and Freeman. Anyway, that's all a bit of an aside, bit of a nostalgia trip down the memory lane for Asian Counter-Strike. We're here, though, for ANZ Counter-Strike, and we are headed on to Mirage, and it's DGG up against Kanga. Time to find out which one of these two teams is going to be walking away pretty happy after Mirage. DGG because they finished the series off, or Kanga because they forced us through to a third map, which will be Dust 2. And it's an interesting thing to sort of touch on, Pilski, because it was a touching point when we were talking in the videos that maybe the second half of this series was going to be a little bit more favorable for Kanga than what we expected of Nuke. And I guess we were correct in our assumptions with Nuke going the way of DGG, but now Mirage and Dust 2, we have a little bit of a higher hope for Kanga. And if they can get a 16-11 on Nuke, then who's to say they can't win Mirage?
One set of util on each one of these teams. Aggressive in middle, both Gump and Versa. Looking to take some duels over here. As Kanga on the line already, anticipating that aggression, seeing if they can win this opening frag. And finally, they find the opener. Wombat goes down in halls as well, and Kanga are really scaling up onto this big site. But the split is a little bit mistimed, which is going to give Mizzy an opportunity to take over the round himself.
It's not normally that clean when someone's just drive-bying right past you, particularly when they're not looking. But Mizzy, he's been sharp tonight, and somehow DGG are pulling this pistol round back. My word, it is not often that you see a 5-on-3 converted in such a clean fashion, and Gump was pretty excited after that one. Must have been some good shots from him.
It looked like it. Yeah, very clean. Good crosshair placement. Great flicking around. And that is a round that should have gone Kanga's way every day of the week. But I was saying it, you still had the players on Cat, not even at Bricks or Ladder yet, and you had two blokes jumping out B apartments. Just needed to slow things down a little bit there. And DGG playing with the confidence, spot flash over the top of the middle, and Versa, he's got the plow out. He's ready for the farm life. But it's most of the kills going the way of Zeph, to be honest. But look, clean anti-eco. That speeds up the night a little bit. These CS maps can go a little bit longer from time to time. And look, 5-second anti-ecos, I'm not going to complain.
No, I agree. I've had my fair share of those tonight that have been a little bit interesting. So let's get that one over and done with pretty comfortably. Nice buy coming out here from Kanga, though. 5 rifles across the board. Lots of util as well. Definitely looks a little bit better than what DGG is packing.
See Kanga well aware that this is more of kind of a bonus round. Deep nade from Zeph. He's got a pretty good read on the pacing of this round from Kanga. So should the rest of DGG. It's Kanga now at minute 20. Start to explore middle, but this is the experience of Zeph. You can see just how good of a read he has on the pacing that Kanga wants to set. He's holding on to his grenades. He's pushing and pulling. He's forcing more util out of Kanga. And they really wanted to invest. There as well. What's that, sorry?
And he took a little tickle there on the way out as well. Yeah. Now he's got his Molotov into connector, and that's keeping Kanga a bit busy. He'll tag onto Mont. So be aware that there's someone lurking. Gump inside of the smoke, not seeing too much, but he will in just a second. How much longer does this smoke have, and who does this favor? Surely you'd have to say it favors DGG now, with Dan's having made that footstep. Street D, he'll go down. Dan's will as well. Good job from Gump. And Zeph waits patiently outside of Connector, well aware of what's going on there. Slimy still wins the duel, though. But 30 seconds, Pilskin. I'm not so sure that DGG are going to be able to get into this A bomb site too easily. Mizzy, quick on the shot.
Oh,
that'll
Gump.
be that.
Is that a 4K? Look how pumped Gump is. A 3K in the pistol, a 4K in the first gun round. That is all impact. No anti-eco frags being farmed up by this man. He's 7-0, and every single kill has been huge. Great crosshair placement, great positioning. And DGG could not have a better start. 2 guns upgraded into the AKs, now into an anti-eco. Reminiscent of that nuke start, mate. They have just cruising along at these first couple of rounds of both maps, and this forces Kanga, like I said, to go deeper in the playbook. Oh, hello.
Tonight has been a bit of a night with the Deagles, that's for sure. Versa, one way over that smoke. It's going to work out nicely for him. Cop stands as well. It looks like he's got the backup to deal with Mont hiding inside of that smoke, even if the worst case scenario were to eventuate. Gump's got it on lockdown.
He's looking like he's feeling it. You can just see mechanically snapping to exactly the right pixel. No miss-aim, mispositioning, and DGG 4 alive. Up 4-0 now, Kanga. Got to try to put another gun round together. And that's the thing, like that first gun round, logically, in CS terms, it made great sense up against the buy, but this is what I'm saying, the DGG players, these guys have so much experience just playing CS over the last 1 or 2 years that you can see even the way that they react and layer their utility up against the pacing of the other team, like what Zeph was doing in Con. It's just not what you're going to see from a lot of teams in this LPL season, outside of maybe the Vertexes and the Paradoxes. And here at DGG, there's the pop flash out of Con. This is something I was saying in the last game of Mirage that you just do not see. That's Zeph as well. Perfectly timed nade to set his teammate up.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit worrisome for Kanga now, isn't it? If DGG's kind of getting this flow going. So he's going to spot Nexar out. I mean, how many kills have we even seen so far from Kanga in this map?
Yeah. And this was the question with the DGG lineup, really, is like, how much chemistry do these guys have? How well do they play off of each other? Well, these last couple of rounds, mate, it's been perfect.
Gump's ready to wait for Dance to peek out of Palace, and that's well and truly going to go the way of the CT side.
You can't stump the Gump, mate. Forget about AFOC, he's in Europe.
What do Mont and Slimy do from here? Try to save guns.
Talk about their feelings.
That'll be a pretty sad room to be in at the moment. Don't think the feels are too good in the Kanga camp right now. But that'll help. Gump finds his first death of the half. But just looking at the information that we've got available to us right now, and I'm going to get a little bit of that updated as well. See how many kills we've got. But so far, 3, 4, 7 kills on the side of Kanga in 5 rounds.
10 for
Does
Gump.
not paint a pretty picture. And yeah, 10 for Gump.
I'm a Gump fan. Now, this is just a Gump stream.
Get pumped for Gump.
Oh, God. Yes. You can't dump Gump.
You can't dump Gump.
No. Forget about Trump. It's all about Gump.
That's what I've been saying all along. What about Versa? I heard he's pretty good as well.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay, Slimy. Let's go.
Well, need to be seeing a little bit more like that. And he's actually got the perfect angle to deal with these guys walking up short. Won't land the first shot. And he did not see that second player underneath him. But it doesn't really matter when Zeph is watching the line. Headshot to boot. Not that it was entirely necessary. 4-on-3 again. Numbers advantage is there for the CT side, but Kanga's headed in the right direction. Rotation has been pulled. Zeph is coming back to A. Oh, gonna land the shot, but Gump is there again, and he does not seem to be missing a beat at the moment from Sandwich. Works his way back into main, hides behind that smoke, and plays his position for the post plant.
Well, Mutton Dance. Got to be on to the two vets of Kanga to get this one done. Flash was already utilized to try to get that plant down. Molotov going to keep Gump in ramp, but he's happy to just bide his time. Actually, flashed over the top, trying to set him up for success, but spacing is good. Yeah. DGG. Able to come up with another one. Their money is on point. They're up 6-0. Kanga's hit that full loss bonus situation, and every plant means they can put another gun round together, but they're just having a tough time putting rounds on the board.
Well, that prediction tracker is looking very one-sided. 86% right now for DGG. If they were to go on and win round 6, which they did, it goes up to 92%. So the robot reckons that DGG has this one on lockdown. And I probably tend to agree at this point.
Oh, the Palace pop. Double peek is good enough, but how do you anticipate the rifle is swinging straight after? They're trying to get the spacing
What's
on the
going
ace
on?
flick good enough, but honestly, like you could see that that's how those strats boil down sometimes. And see if he can find an opening. Try to catch one of these players poking their head out a little bit too far, but the spacing on these riflers looks good. It's a vertical angle, not something you can deal with. But what I was trying to pick up there was, you could see Kanga, the way that strat's meant to work is they weren't ready for the Palace aggression. Like, they did do the protocol correctly in terms of the double peak, and they were able to trade out favorably in Palace. But what I'm really talking about is the con side of the push is not ready for the contact to be made at Palace. So they're expecting the Palace players to be able to scale out, and then they can get their way out of the con smoke, but it just never happened.
Faster play onto A, and I dare say this is not going to work out for Kanga. I think they might just want to be getting this one over and done with.
Bloody hell.
8-0. Barely even finished my sentence and the round is over.
Those are some quick anti-ecos, man. Bloody hell. Oh, that's just one clip. Doesn't even stop shooting.
Not even one clip. It was 13 bullets. He still had 12 left.
Send some more at him.
Well, buys back for Kanga. Slimy's got himself the AWP again. This time Zeph is over at the B site.
That is such a quick boost as well. I've seen so many teams mess that one up, but this is what I was talking about as well with Zeph on the AWP. I'm like, man, this guy loves to mix up the positioning, mix up the angle. He is so quick on that B-apps line, and all of a sudden Kanga are playing. Busy's got 2 kills. He's 2-2 in round number 9. He hasn't bloody seen anybody.
He's been playing B, has he? I guess.
Wombat's got 2 as well. The B side's just getting no action at all.
Might get a little bit now. Next side's been boosted up into window inside of that smoke, though Mizzy not aware of it just yet. And finally gets his opportunity. So, well secured. A big third impact frag for Mizzy. How about that A side, though? I hear that's where all the fun is happening.
Ooh,
That's where Kanga wants to go. I'm holding on. You're Wombat. This is your opportunity. Zeph's had his chance. Now it's yours.
I think it's Slimy's
another kill on the
opportunity,
board.
mate. He's putting the plant down. He's on default with that AWP. This is his round to win.
Molly's coming just a little bit too late, but the nade's going to do a lot of damage. And, well, Pilski, you'd be wrong. Because it was your Wombat's opportunity. He's taken hold of that, gotten the double. And
Should've
won another
listened
round
to
for
the robot.
DGG.
The robot would have told me DGG would win that round. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's got to be pretty demoralizing. Kanga just cannot win a round.
It happens sometimes.
They're just getting outclassed. Like even the overall approach is not too bad. Street is getting himself some pizza in.
A
Trying to keep the
pizza?
energy levels up. I think I saw that was pineapple on there, so.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Pilski?
I think that's fine. It's a tactical for Kanga though, and none of them are moving their mouths. So I think it's down to
they're in trouble.
The observer god himself to dig him out of a hole right now.
This is a pretty big hole to dig yourself out of. You ever watch that movie Holes?
No.
Oh, that was big when we were kids. I feel like you're missing out.
What's it about?
Holes, mate.
Oh,
digging them.
It's a bit of a hole
Your
in
Wombat.
the defense this round.
Hole in your Wombat's head as well. He's down pretty early on in the piece, but do have two players in connector. The smoke's hit one of them. Versa is still watching on the line. Where are all these kills even coming from? Mizzy's a one-man army over on short. He'll have to deal with the guy going in through apartments, and, well, he'll do it easily. I mean,
it's just a laser beam, mate. Like, Mont just had the perfect timing there, and he just gets absolutely lasered.
Yeah, not much you can do. Streety has picked at least one important frag back, and that does give Kanga a little bit of a sniff in the round. It's interesting that you've got Mizzy way back to mid. You might well actually get the timing onto Streety, or in fact it'll be Gump. And in all this meanwhile, Slimy has been working his way into the B site.
He's got himself a smoke. Bomb goes down. And yeah, it's going to take a long time for DGG to rotate across the map.
Like this from Slimy. Looks to try and isolate a one-on-one, but he's going to have to be aware of a lot of angles if he continues to play from this position. So he'll just try to work his way back into a little bit more of a percentage play kind of a situation. But very mobile, and Gump making a lot of noise is going to make it easy for Slimy, who gets the double and puts the first round on the board for Kanga. They needed something like that.
That's why we were talking about this man in the pre-show. Unfortunately, sometimes the AWP player can't really get too involved in the action on Nuke, but we can see he's got the rifling prowess as well in a round like that, completing that 1-on-2. So just in general, being a little bit silent for Kanga when needed. Zeph's got the gap over the smoke. It's been thrown off by the molly, but smoke's layered well there by Kanga to minimize the risk, make sure they don't get picked on the cross. It's going to be another one of these Palace pop rounds. See if they find a better timing this time.
Oh. Would have backed Zeph to hit that one. Gump. On the A-bomb side, not having too much success, and Versus actually caught as well. This round's starting to come together for DGG. Another one for Zeph goes awry. Still not in the worst of positions, though, the CT side. Numbers advantage. Your Wombat quite eager to take these fights, though. Now it'll be on to Mizzy. This is looking pretty good for him. He spotted the info.
Oh, he's going to catch the player off the side. The flash is so well timed, though, from bottom con. Not going to matter when Zeph's repositioning, but still very winnable for Nexa.
Oh, this is a bit of an awkward one for Mizzy. He has got a smoke to play with, but I'm not sure how much that's really going to help him.
Beautiful.
In the end, Nexa plays it to perfection. It's almost an unlosable spot for him. 9-2. One step closer for Kanga. Still a long way to go.
Getting a couple of rounds in there. Chipping away at that CT economy. The loss bonus has been allowing them to put these buys together. Finally, they are starting to get the CTs on the ropes. This will be the big round to win. They're effectively playing for 2.
Oh, this was a position that Kanga found themselves in on Nuke, and they weren't really able to win those really critical swing rounds. Otherwise, we might have seen a different result on map 1. Here's another little push coming through from Gump. Hasn't seen anything over the top of that smoke. So he'll just exit his way back into the site. Dans was not prepared, and Streety, well, he should have been. He wanted to take the fight, but he couldn't. Gump is just on an absolute tear at the moment. He will not stop. That's a third in the round. And Zeph Well, he's in there as the supportive fragger, at least in this round. 10 and 2 for DGG, and there's another one of those swing rounds that goes the way of the CT side.
Yeah.
And away from Kanga.
That's the one they really needed. They put in all the hard work to get the CTs on the breaking point, and then they don't win the most critical round. They've been gumped again. The fact that he multi-frags from that position is just insane. You can see mechanically he is just on point right now, this game.
Versa. This could be a mistake, but the flash definitely helps out. So there was a bit of teamwork going on there for DGG. And your Wombat to sort of clean up the scraps here by the looks of things. Nade won't do too much damage. Zeph wants to have a crack at the party himself as well. Everyone gets a piece of the pie. And DGG goes up to 11.
4 alive as well. Stabilizes that economy. Probably for what is left in the half. Only 2 more rounds. The difference. Double digits for DGG. Dominant CT half here. Almost reminiscent of what Paradox was putting together back as that Rooster Core. Been a while since I saw such a one-sided CT half, and especially given that this is Kanga's map pick. Probably not ideal. Flash over the top from Mod, sending Streety up towards top mid. The Gump again to take contact on this A-ramp push. At least traded this time, Jordan.
He almost looked like he was going to get 2. First is going to be here to defend. And Zeph's already into Palace as well. So it's a lot of info out on the A side of the map, even despite the fact that they've lost control of ramp.
Duel into middle is going to be critical between Wombat and Streety. The tease thread to timing here could make all the difference. Nexar's rotated over to try to set him up for success. Versa caught in transition but can't be converted by Streety. A big missed opportunity for the tease.
Versa still has to be a little bit wary though of what's happening, because there is still another player in mid that he's not aware of just yet, and that timing might get the better of him. Nexar not opting to push forward just yet, and he will very shortly have to deal with Mizzy, which is what he was waiting for. Versa's going to be a bit more worried about what's happening on the site itself, but inevitably he can turn around and have a look in Nexar's direction. Quick, sharp headshot. And 12-2 the scoreline. 1 more round left in the half.
Versus having also an absolutely monstrous half. I feel like I haven't even seen half of his kills most of the time. Has been that Con player. And these have been the 2 big points of contact for Kanga. Con and A. Haven't really seen too much action towards the B side of the map. It's kind of just been the same thing over and over again for Kanga, and the individuals of DGG are good enough to shut it down between Zeph, Versa, and Gump for the most part. Mizzy and Wombat getting involved on that rotation over from ladder, or maybe completing some of the retakes. So you can just see just how well-rounded DGG is as a team. Map to map, you've seen pretty much all 5 of them have big individual performances.
Well, Kanga will be hoping for a third. Desperately hoping for a third. Not that it's going to really make the scoreboard look any more favorable for them. But I suppose 12-3 is a little bit easier to come back from than 13-2. Maybe they won't get the opportunity though, because Versa has just cleaned up 3 very quickly in mid. And Mont will go down without too much issue, one would imagine. So that's that. 13-2 at the end of the half. DGG, they're not messing around on the second map. It's a bit unfortunate, because actually our expectation was that if anything, Mirage might be a bit more of a playground for Kanga than what Nuke was, but it does not seem to have eventuated today.
I think it's one of the maps where they have the most reps on. This has been their pick time and time again, but it doesn't feel like their T side is what it needs to be. And they've had 2 roster changes since last season. Don't know the status of some of these players, because even like Nexar, for example, is someone that we weren't sure if he's going to be putting together another season under his belt or not.
Yep. Pistoran does not seem to have brought with it any winds of change. Kanga Esports down to just the 3 remaining players. Mont tries to defend on the B side itself. He's got a bit of backup from Nexar in the shop, but both those players go down without really any undue pressure. And Streety also falls pretty quickly by the wayside. I think this is quite a deflated Kanga at this point. Not even that much of a defense put up on the pistol round.
Got to go for the force buy. Got to cut corners fast. If you're going to get back in this game as Kanga. No eco is going to be allowed at this point. DGG. Just see this 1-3-1 formation working mid. See if they can punish any of these deaglers. You can see how Kanga are grouped up towards Con and Short. They want to take these fights and collapse on middle. See if it's going to work out for them. Starting to shift now.
At what point does Kanga try to press the issue? Well, we knew it was coming at some point, and it was relatively quick. Actually, not too shabby of a start there for Kanga.
Yeah.
A 1-for-1 change.
So Gump knows that a lot of players over towards middle. He might have had a timing to creep out on the extremity there, but Mont very well aware. Punishes that push.
Mod suffered a death much like that. He was
Yeah.
on the receiving end.
Yeah, from Bursa, I think.
Able to turn it back on its head.
Still doable for DGG. One player going up cat, 2 in B apps. Little bit of util. Mont goes on the aggressive, trying to pick up that rifle, but punished for it. And now with the Molotov over towards door side, DGG can actually scale on the site with the lurkery towards ladder.
Yeah, Versa going to be happy to take the challenge against Dans. Finds him in the doorway. Nexar eating a grenade at his feet. Numbers advantages there for DGG in the post plant. Good setup as well with a player on short, one at bench, one on the side itself. And Nexar's got himself on top of that bin, but he's made a bit of noise, and that'll mean it's easy pickings for Versa, who swings again and finds his 3rd for the round. 15 up for DGG. Really does feel like a formality at this point.
They just can't lose a round. Even though that round started promisingly, couldn't be converted by Kanga. The multi-frag's just looking effortless at this point. Another force comes out here from Kanga. They're just going to stack B.
Oh, well, that's not how DGG would have envisioned the round starting off. Streety's got himself on 2. And you start to think maybe Kanga's in with a bit of a crack of at least preventing a 16-2. Bomb plant is going to be secured though. But with guns in hand, Kanga, I mean, you have to give this one a crack. It's 15-2. There's no reason not to. Versa, luckily able to hang on to that kill, but now he might be in a bit of a spot of bother now that jungle has been cleared out by Slimy. He'll try to use all of that util to get himself back to safety on the bomb site. And all eyes, I dare say, probably turn to Gump here. One little deagle headshot here from Versa could make the difference. He gets it down to at least a 1-on-2 for Gump. Bomb's planted safely for him. Smoke's going to go through. Molotov, rather, as well as a flash. But will it make a difference? No! Gump is just a bit too good today. And in the end, it'll be DGG to finish it off 2-0. Gump with a bit of a cheeky look at the camera there as well, showing us how excited he is. But yeah, solid day at the office for the DGG lads, Pilsky. And I'm sure you're happy with what you've seen from them tonight.
Yeah, I think, you know, we had our questions about how this series might go and how close Kanga might be able to push on a map they're a little bit more familiar with. But at the end of the day, DGG showing their class. I think they're just a little bit of a cut above. And I think, honestly, they're a threat to take out the whole competition. Obviously, it didn't make it through groups in the first tournament of the year that we covered, but now they've got a couple more competitions in front of them. A couple more reps under their belt as a roster. They are showing some promise, and I think they definitely are a bit of a threat to kind of knock on the doorstep of the top couple of teams and maybe even take a little bit of a fight against the likes of your Vertexes and your Paradoxes, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the level of competition that I would sit them at as well. I'm not sure that I would necessarily say they're up there just yet with Vertex and Paradox, but I think the potential is very much there. So we're going to have to wait and see what this roster is going to be able to do together. And I'm sure if we do manage to get this interview rolling with one of the DGG players, we'll be able to ask them what they're kind of looking at as far as this roster in terms of the outlook. What do they want to see from it? Is this going to be a team where they're really going to try and go hard and push the issue? I think in terms of the competition that they're going to be facing here in stage 1 of LPL Pro, I'd probably agree with you that they should definitely be a team that's going to go through quite comfortably into stage 2. Once they get into stage 2, I mean, as far as winning the whole thing, I guess that is also a question of stage 3 too. But yeah, I mean, that is definitely on the cards, I would say. But there are also some solid teams there going through into stage 2 as well that DGG might still struggle with.
Yeah, we'll see how they go. I mean, at the end of the day, top 4 is in the money and is a good opportunity to have got some great series under your belt. And it's only early days in the year, but even so, it's good to see. Like, for me, this is kind of like a team of almost like leftovers from other rosters who have been part of very, very good teams and are very good players in Oceania and didn't necessarily have to put a team together. You know, we've seen a lot of players of that kind of level go by the wayside in previous years and just not be as active or stop playing and stuff. But this is a team where, even though it's kind of leftovers from a couple of different rosters, they are all very, very promising players and put together on the same team, a little bit of structure. They know how to play great Counter-Strike. They're a team that shows a lot of promise and might even snag themselves a few opportunities if they can keep it up.
What about Kanga? I mean, it was not too shabby from them on Nuke. I thought that there was definitely some good signs shown. I could have potentially seen them running away with that map as well had they won one or two of those more important rounds right toward the end there. But I'm a little bit disheartened, I guess, with the result there on Mirage. You know, I had high hopes for this Kanga roster, and I think I probably still do. I think they've still got some good players on there. But I would have liked to have seen them make it a little bit closer there on that second map.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like since the first iteration of the roster, which didn't do too badly for themselves, that they've had the roster stability that they necessarily need. I think they just need to, put another roster together that's going to be a little bit more stable and put in a little bit more effort, and they'll be a good team to kind of compete in a tournament like this and some of the other domestic tournaments that they have. I'd agree with you. They've got some good players on their team, and they've got a lot of experience between a couple of those players in particular who have played for a number of years at the absolute top level domestically. So, look, at the end of the day, it's not a good performance tonight, but I'm not sure about whether this is like the final edition of the roster, whether they're playing with Nexar as a stand-in, blah 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 blah. So I don't think that's peak form Kanga or anything like that. But we'll see if they can try to pick things up in a little bit.
All right. Well, we did have a few questions that we wanted to ask DGG, and luckily Versa has been kind enough to join us on the interview today. Thanks for jumping on, Versa. Appreciate that.
No worries.
Just wanted to start off with, I guess, a bit of a background on your team as a whole, right? Because we haven't had a chat with you yet this year, and you're in this new roster, this DGG team. It looks like a pretty solid squad of lads that you've put together. So what's the idea behind this team? You know, are you guys really going hard? Are you a bit of a for fun team? Are you trying to sort of push the best you can? What are you guys up to?
No, we're playing properly. Like, we're full on pracking stuff. Like, it all started like there was like a meme team going around, like me, Matt, like Anger, Guag, Humongous. It was just like a pug team. But then we decided that like we might give it a go. And then we picked up Charlie on the AWP, which is pretty cool. He wanted an AWP. So that's pretty cool. And then I know we just like taking it easy as we go, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. How much further do you guys think you've got to go in terms of playing the teams that might be, a little bit of a cut above the Kangas? Like, I know that you guys played the rivalry tournament earlier on, and you're in a group with a couple of the other boys. Do you guys prac against like Vertex and Paradox and the top couple of teams? Do you guys feel like they're that much far ahead of you guys? Because obviously you've got 5 players who have already played at that kind of level. So do you think that it's just about fleshing out the map pool? Like, what's the next couple of steps looking like for you guys to start to build some better results and stuff?
Prac's going well. We're contesting like top teams in prac, and like prac's prac. It's just like not like a real meaningful how we're going. But we feel like we're on a good rate at the moment. We're scrimming the top teams. Like, it's going well. There's room for improvement, obviously, and we're just learning by we go. And like with Kettleball, as we have Kettleball as coach, if you didn't realize, he's putting in the work as well, which is great. And like I reckon, I don't know, give like a month or two, it should be. I reckon we can test like the top 4, top 3. Hopefully, that's our plan at least, and like qualify for the top 4, finish finals. That's our goal at the moment, so which is reachable.
Awesome. Were you guys pretty happy with how things went tonight as well? Obviously, a pretty solid win over Kanga. Felt like Nuke maybe could have been a little bit cleaner. Did you guys get the sense that maybe it was getting a little bit tight toward the end there?
Yeah, we suck at pistol rounds. Like in prac, we can't win pistols. Like we're focusing on that, still can't win them. But yeah, Nuke. It was we went for it. We're confident on Nuke. It's just I think we let the round slip towards the end of our T side first half. But we were prepared. Like we know what to do. Just play chill, and we came back on the end half there. And then with Mirage, it was just Mirage. One of those games. They just didn't hit the B side, hit the A side. Me and Mac got it on control. Too easy.
Yeah. We were looking at it like, what was it, like 10 rounds in or something, and a couple of the boys only had like a couple of frags, and then there was like 20 kills on Gump or something like that. It was pretty crazy.
Like mid-tack, just looking, we're like, me and Mac have 30 kills, and it's like 10 rounds in, and we're like, they haven't even hit mid or B side yet. It's kind of crazy, actually. Good
times. Guess you had a bit of fun. Anyway, I think we might as well wrap the interview up there, Versa, unless you've got any quick shout-outs you want to make or whatever.
Just shout out Kettleball and Nexa. Nexa trying to get his revenge, slipping into that team, that Kanga team, getting revenge on us, but too slow.
No luck this time. All right, well, appreciate your time, Versa. So we'll hope to get a bit of a chat with him, I guess, again in the future. I dare say the way that DGG has been performing, we'll probably be having a bit more of a chat with them over the rest of this tournament. Anyway, let's have a look at the bracket and see how things have been shaping up today. We'll start off with how that previous group just went. Pool A, that was DGG and Kanga that we got to see there on the lower side of the upper bracket, but DGG do move their way through in the upper bracket. Kanga could drop down. 16-20 Kings and Dynasty obviously still yet to play. Have a look over at the B pool as well, and that was the match that we watched a little bit earlier on today. Pilski Nutty Gaming got the 2-0 win over Sanguine, and we'll still be waiting the result of Deadweight and Bandits. Those two matches that were not played will be coming up tomorrow, so looking forward to those ones. And as far as tonight is concerned, I think pretty solid day. I was probably expecting at least one of these series to go to a third map, but done in 4, so pretty quick night.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's down to the relative strength of some of those teams over their opponents. You're seeing promising stuff from both Nutty as well as DGG. So a couple of teams already showing that they're in some fine form and front-running things, getting those quick 2-0s. Not sure all of the series are going to be that cut and dry, and particularly as we head throughout the stages, we're going to kind of raise the level of competition. We're going to add in a couple of the invited teams, so we'll get some really tight series, I'm sure.
Indeed. And I think you're going to be taking a break tomorrow, are you?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I haven't checked my calendar or anything, but you know what, Jordan? You let me know.
Apparently, I know better than you.
Okay?
Because I did rock up at your house today just to inform you that you were on this show, so that was lucky.
Thank you so much.
Otherwise, you might not have made it. Yeah, I think it's Conky tomorrow with me, so we'll obviously catch up next week. So it's been a pleasure, Pilski, and it's been a pleasure for those of you at home to sort of be able to bring this to you. Hope to see you again tomorrow for Deadweight and Bandits and 16-20 Kings and Dynasty. Those are the two matches that we've got. It'll be starting again same time as today, which is about 6:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Before we do go, I want to give a quick shout out to LG New Zealand for making this all possible, making LPL Pro CSGO possible this year, and it's great to have them on board. For now, though, we'll bid you a very good night and see you tomorrow.